of 1 to 10. If you've been feeling a little bit heavier over the last few days, if you've been feeling a little bit of this drag energy, I just got to tell you, I think one of the reasons we're starting to feel a little bit more of this density or this heaviness, I mean, beyond the fact that we're in Taurus season, which is already very heavy, dense energy, has to do with the fact that we're also experiencing Pluto in retrograde. And that Pluto in retrograde started on May 4th, and it's going to be continuing for quite some time, well into October. And I actually think, one of the things I think is really valuable and important that we saw leading into this Pluto retrograde has to do with all of the work that we have been navigating and working through as it relates to Aries cycles, interestingly. Why am I saying that? Because I'd like you to think about the pattern of the year that we've seen thus far. We started the year with Aries retrograde, and that was really rough, if you recall that time. There was a lot of volatility, working through a lot of uncertainty, and a lot of the lessons that we saw coming through in the cards had to do with navigating and recognizing the difference between confidence and courage. And we talked a lot about the fact that confidence and courage often look very similar, right? It's sometimes hard to tell the difference. But, and the way we're describing it is the fact that confidence and courage are cousins, right? They look very similar, but they're never in the same place. Because when you have confidence, when you feel sure about something, you don't need to be brave about it. There's nothing to be brave about. And similarly, when you're not feeling courage, that's when you need bravery. We then, at about the same exact point that Mars stationed direct, we had that beautiful Leo full moon. And a lot of that was talking and working us through the space of being able to carry emotions in a way that they don't feel like a burden, but they feel like an honor. And this is often what a lot of this work that we have to do. And we talked a lot during that cycle leading into the eclipse season in relationality to working in the difference between feeling a lot of emotions that create that parallax of like an energetic drain on us, for instance. So those moments or those opportunities where we start feeling like woe is me or woe is you, that builds into the context of feeling like one is creating a sense of forced helplessness. And I feel like a lot of that work that we had to experience coming into that really intense eclipse cycle that we just experienced had to do with finding the courage to build into that uplift, to find one's own sense of purpose. And this was really valuable and important as we headed into that eclipse cycle, because we talked about the fact that eclipse cycles, they don't have a particular quality or characteristic. They're unpredictable because they basically amplify whatever is happening during that particular eclipse cycle. But that recent eclipse cycle, this is why it was a real doozy, because in the midst of that eclipse cycle, we were experiencing both a Mercury and a Venus retrograde. So the feeling that things were going wrong, and often a lot of over concentration or fear around the perception of the self in the process. But again, we talked a lot about the fact that that cycle was helping us a lot with a recognition point that when you feel like you have grit on the mirror of the self, working through that grit is what allows us to allows a mirror to shine. So recognizing, taking the notes, addressing of healing oneself from the falseness of building into perfection that exists outside the self, but working on identifying the perfection within that one is striving and trying to move towards. And that brings us into this recent cycle that we're working through right now. And I think that one of the big things that we saw has to do with Mercury and Venus waking up behind Neptune. And this is the ability of understanding, which is a very scorpionic journey to a certain extent, because it is the identification point of understanding and clarity that often comes only when the past is behind us, right? The recognition of things that change often on the journey in time. And this is why we effectively heal. This is why we work towards healing, because as we begin to heal, we're able to see things with more clarity. So with a lot of that work that we identify right now, coming into this Pluto retrograde, I feel like the major overarching theme that we're seeing here is really getting to the heart of the matter, right? It's not allowing oneself. It's like moving, it's like trying to move aside the things that feel like they're extraneous to really understand the focal point at the center of something. And that's not easy, right? This is what we talk about when we talk about shadow work. And I always feel like shadow work is a very like spooky name for something. But really, when we think about shadow work, we're talking about the fact that we investigate and we introspect upon our own aversions, upon our own fears. Because in the understanding of the self, we recognize what we're holding on to because of an energetic block, because of a limitation, or something that we hold on to because it has meaning. So I want you to kind of think about that as we start to navigate through this cycle. I want you to think about how you're living towards your purpose, but also how you're navigating through your fear. And that doesn't mean like this always, and this is the important thing, everything that we have is a gift, even fear. I know it doesn't feel like that at times, but you have to understand that even the fear that we feel within us is there to keep us safe. The ego is also a gift to us. The ego is there to keep us safe. But our ability to modulate, our ability to regulate, our ability to effectively check ourselves, this is what allows us to work in that space that we're pushing our own envelope. We're challenging ourselves. We're ascending to something greater, and we're identifying what it is that we're working on, versus those moments that feel like we're energetically bypassing, those moments that feel like we're avoiding something, right? And we talk a lot about the fact that a healthy spiritual journey is not one that's all sunshine and rainbows. It's not something that just makes you feel good all the time. That's not healthy. That's indulgence. But being able to work in that space and identify where the work is, it becomes again an honor to hold it, which is why we see and we have that vibration that we love with Mars and Leo. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. For a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, I've been seeing that a lot of that energy is very heavy in temperance work right now. And I think it's really beautiful because if you take a look at the spread that we pulled yesterday, which you can find over on the Substack, you'll actually see that the temperance card made an appearance. What does the temperance card show us? Working through, taking the temperature of things, taking the time, slowing down processes in order to understand them better. Because when we take that time to go through the motions and move through something, we often come to a better understanding of what is energetically necessary and what we need to bring to a circumstance or situation in order to affect or move something in the vibration that we aspire to go into. Now, a lot of that work that we're identifying there, it's not easy. We're seeing a lot of that is potentially working through frustration, either frustration within the self or frustration outside of the self. But what's really beautiful about that is the gift of the counterparts, right? And this is what's beautiful because yesterday in the reading, we saw that the energy coming into divine union is looking each other in the eye. The energy that's deep within divine union is back to back, right? They're articulating the space about having each other's back. Because when we have each other's back, we have that assurance and that promise of saying, being kind instead of nice, right? Doing that hard work that allows us to check our own ego, not just within the self, but with counterpart that we trust their perception of us because they see us with clarity. This brings us to the energy coming into divine union. And I have to say, this is just to show you that qualitatively, not one space or like not one level or locationality is better or worse than the other. Because for a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union, this is a rough patch. Why are we seeing that this is potentially a rough patch? Because we saw that a lot of that energy coming into divine union right now, these are the chariot partnerships that were being created pretty much at the time that we had the eclipse cycle start to the conclusion of Mercury and Venus waking up behind Neptune. So Mercury and Venus going direct. And these chariot partnerships, their prioritization point is the stable foundation of the relationship, working through the lesson that the gift that we give one another in partnership is consistency. Because when we find consistency, when we find reliability in what we can expect in partnership, it allows us to move into the inner sanctum of the self to be able to explore further. So a lot of that energy right now is having a heart opening, but it's difficult because for a lot of the energy, realizing what one's carrying, the pain that you've been holding on to, that you finally feel safe to express. This is why sometimes when energy comes into union, they destabilize and fall out of it very rapidly, because this is why we do the work. The understanding that the trauma we carry is often unlocked when we reach a point of stability, that often in that moment that the body finally feels safe, that a lot of those things that we've been holding on to come out. What are the energies of the counterparts doing at this time? They're embracing one another. They're giving each other the energy right now. Deep within divine union is checking on each other's egos. The energy in coming into divine union is giving each other reality checks, saying and articulating, you're safe here. This is the embrace that is safe, because often when we release trauma, the joy can feel like an illusion. So that anchor, working as an energetic anchor for one another, is helping to ground the energy in the frequency and the vibration of being in the relationship, because they're recognizing and identifying the stability that they're creating for one another in the process. This brings us to the energy in separation. And the energy in separation I see right now is going through magician partnerships. These are magician relationships. Why are they magician relationships? Ironically, because it's an illusion-free zone. Absolutely no illusion. Because for a lot of these energies in separation, healing from relationships that lacked consistency, it can feel kind of like it messes with your mind, because it's not like you can put your finger on what's wrong. But if it isn't consistent, there's nothing that's right. Because we saw that a lot of the lessons that were occurring as Mercury and Venus came out of retrograde was the understanding that something good and consistent is almost worse than something that's bad all the time. Because you can, at least if something's bad all the time, you can predicate upon it. But if it's something's good but inconsistent, it creates this like volatility within us, because we never know what to expect. It just frazzles your nervous system. So that's why we see that there's this deep desire to move into an authentic space, because often when we're in those unhealthy, unstable partnerships, the desire to perform the self in order to generate more attention to the negligent counterpart can create this feeling of moving off of one's own vector of self. So we see that a lot of that energy is healing by moving into new energetic connections, by reaffirming the commitment and the reminder that rejection is an illusion if we're in our authenticity. If I'm in my authenticity and my own completely who I am, and you encounter me in that vibration and you don't like what you see, that is a blessing. That is a gift, because that is the articulation of having to be in relationship where you can't necessarily be your true authentic self. And this is not to say that this energy is just slacking on the journey of the self. This is the energy that is reclaiming their own path work, because this is the energy that says, if I'm good with myself and I'm good with what I'm doing, nothing you see is coincidental. It's all energetically intentional. So that's why we see that there's this moment that feels like, I keep on hearing an empowerment that almost feels like a riot, because this is the energy that's saying, this is who I am, take it or leave it. But they're seeing each other in their authenticity and they're loving what they see. So there's a lot of this delight that's kind of being created in that vibration, but it's also painful because it's reaffirming how far something moved off center from experiences in the past in the process. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the second person read for 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today for those joining us on the Clock app. Our first giveaway will be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So keep on tapping that screen if you're joining us, and we will get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we're doing today is I will be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading to whoever gives the highest gift between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective Read. So I wish you a lot of luck in winning that as well. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. But as I mentioned, if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. Welcome to everybody joining us today. So good to see you, Brianna. Hi there, Cheryl. Grand Rising, Haley. Mary, and thank you for joining us. And Grand Rising, Denise. Hello there, Elizabeth. Welcome. Good to see you today, Bridget. Hi there, Haley. How are you doing today? And Siobhan, welcome as well. Good to see you, Ruby. You're first on our list today. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Bridget, I feel good. Hold on for a minute. Aside from the lack of sleep and crazy dreams. Yeah, we've been talking about this right now. The sleeping right now is kind of trash. We gotta, I'm sure you've heard me say this before. We've got a bunch of planets straddling right now between Pisces and Aries. When we got a lot of planets in Pisces, it's hard to wake up. It's very drowsy energy. And a lot of planets in Aries, it's hard to stay down. So if you're experiencing that right now, remember, lots of naps, rest and hydration is key. Haley, I think I'm an 8. Okay, 8 is great. I finally made my living space peaceful enough to relax in and donated a lot of stuff. That's wonderful. That's really good kind of work right now to do with this type of energy, decluttering, beautification of spaces, very good. Like these are all like making majestic spaces, very much in Taurus season. It was nice to wake up in an organized environment today. Exactly, right? And we see this a lot with Taurus cycles. Like Taurus cycles, I often associate with like 9 of Pentacles energy, which is, recognizing and identifying that the outside does impact the inside, right? Like environment matters, ambiance matters. It's not, I think it's interesting because Taurus, because of their refined sense of comfort, like Taurus is like very associated with like the Princess and the Pea kind of energy, like that need or that ability to find comfort. It allows you to be able to concentrate and focus on creating like majestic spaces. And thank you as well, Adina, for those gifts. So good to see you. And Adam, thank you for those gifts as well. Thank you so much. Oh, so by the way, Adam, you got the second highest gifter yesterday. So you still got 2 cards coming to you when we start doing the 1 card readings. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Each mic touch means go faster. I don't know what that means, Jermaine. I'm sorry. Happy brunch. Is it brunch time? I'd like some brunch. Brunch is nice. Hi there, Jermaine. Welcome. And thank you for those gifts, Adam. Grand Rising, Lay. Yeah, I have to hop on a call. No worries, Justin, Bridget. You know where we'll be. Hi there, Mandy. Welcome. The swag. You are right. Thank you, I hope you're having a beautiful one. And Creative, thank you. Great Grand Rising to you as well. Hi there. Thank you, Mandy, for the follow. And Leah, so good to see you. Thank you for those hearts. May I get 1 card later? Oh my gosh, of course, Leah. Everyone, as long as you're a subscriber, you get 1 card. My majesty sparked. I love that, Adam. Definitely. Thank you, Mandy. All right. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. A couple of updates before we do. Whoops, as I'm dropping everything. It's one of those days, man. First and foremost, I want to thank all of you who attended our recent class on the Hangman. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, May 14th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Death card. I promise you, it is not that scary. I think it's perfect timing with this Pluto retrograde beginning. We're going to talk about the symbology of that card. We are going to talk about the history of that card. I am going to work you through spread applications, so how you can read that card in any variation that it may appear in your own readings. And I will also leave you with a unique spread that will help you channel the messages of that card into your own readings. And all you need to do, if you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, is mosey on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a subscriber, have access, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you a recap on everything that we have studied prior to beginning the next class. The materials are there to receive as you are ready to receive them. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we have studied or are currently studying. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library. That is access to over 13 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining our class program. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also post my Mystic Meditations articles there that gives you recaps on what we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I also would like to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. Dream interpretation readings can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase the Dream Interpretation Reading Series package, please start to keep a dream journal, because we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here dream interpretation, past life readings, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance readings. We also do pet readings. We do spirit animal guide readings. We do life path readings. We do love readings. You can see the full list of readings that are offered when you head over to my tree that has Binks in it in Mylayo. And if you have information that you would like to share with me that you feel is relevant to our reading, for instance, if we are doing a dream interpretation, or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, you can include that information in the notes when you send the donation, Or if you are a subscriber to our if you are a subscriber, you can head over to our subscriber only Discord channel and post them in the allocated channels for that information. That said, we're going to get started in just a few moments. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading here is here to receive it. And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you so much, Napa Lover, for the follow. And thank you as well for confirmation, Mandy. Thank you, Adam, for those gifts. You are the highest right now for our gifter giveaway. So thank you so much. And Corrine, you're so welcome. Thank you for being here and also sharing in these messages. Thank you, AJ, for the follow. And thank you for those stars. And Creative, thank you as well. Thank you as well. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started. Queen of Swords, Grand Rising, heads up, your subscription's ending soon if you would like to renew. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? All right. Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Tuesday, May 6th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? May I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread? First two cards in our 5-card spread are, we've got here our Strength card in combination. I'm not surprised to see it, guys. In combination with our 8 of Swords in its upright. So a lot of the work, a lot of the lessons that we're working through right now, it's building into the pathwork of strength. And the thing about it is, working through strength, you don't find strength in spaces of indulgence. Strength isn't found in things that make you feel indulgent. It's really strong to feel indulgent upon something. Strength is working on what we're not good at, okay? Strength is stepping out of our comfort zone. Strength is building those energetic muscles that often, and I keep on seeing, like, it's working in those spaces. It's like, it's giving me a little bit of that hurts so good energy, because that's the work of a spiritual journey, right? It's not always sunshine and rainbows. It's working in the space of understanding and navigating through something that's an energetic hurdle in order to get to the other side. Welcome to Taurus season during a Pluto retrograde with Mars in Leo. It's requiring a lot of perseverance. It's requiring a lot of work and tenacity. And we're seeing this occurring across all of the frequencies. We've been talking about it for the last few days. Center card for today's spread. And this is heavy on the 8s, I will point out. The Strength card itself is an 8 energy and the 8 of Swords. So we've already got double 8s today out. So that's very important, because this is also working through spaces or places of building into continuum. The center card in today's spread, we have here the Hermit card. Periods of reflection, periods of contemplation, recognizing and understanding. It's not just the journey, but building into the space of the honor and the recognition of what it takes to get there. And we've talked a lot about this right now. I see a lot of energy right now working on releasing bitterness, right? Building into and navigating through, sorting through the emotions and recognizing what feels like it fortifies versus what feels like it needs to be released. Because we've talked a lot over the last few days about the observation that our emotions are much like children, right? And the thing with children, we see this all the time with children, is it's not just what children want, it's what they're effectively, what is the need behind the desire. A lot of inner child healing happening right now. We had that Page of Wands that was bottom of the deck. So this is further a continuation on yesterday's lessons, because one thing I like to point out, and I point out in my classes, is the fact that there's an association between the Page of Wands and the Hermit card, right? The inner child healing. And one of the reasons we talk about inner child healing is often the present self has what the inner child needed. And when we work through that space, and this is why we call it inner child healing is not just indulging the inner child. Inner child healing is identifying and recognizing what the need of the child is to ascertain what can be done to mollify and to heal, right? Because I want you to think a little bit about your emotions, much like you would with kids. Kids come up to you, sometimes they want something. Sometimes they want a sandwich. That's a good feel. That's a good thing. Okay, cool. You give a child a sandwich because you know that it nourishes them. Sometimes a child comes up to you and wants a bag of candy. And then you got to go work through that rough moment of having to say to a child, I know you want that, but it's not good for you. So I see that there's a lot of this energy. There's a lot, and we have to do this. And this is what we talk about when we talk about the aspect of honoring the emotions. This is why we don't just flip through the emotions of the self like a picture book. Going through, reacting to everything you feel is not honoring the emotions. That's being controlled by them. I'm going to say that again, okay? Just reacting to everything you feel is not honoring the emotions. It's indulging the emotions. It's letting the emotions run the show. And when we're healing inner child, we don't allow the inner child to run the show. Rather, we build into supporting the healthy inner child, right? The child that, and this is what we do with much like children, in order for a child to build into that strength, that sense of exploration, we mollify it, we modify it to recognize and identify what feels like it's in energetic alignment to its highest good, right? The working towards the higher self versus something that might need to be set aside because it's not, while the desire might be there, what it's bringing forth might not create that healthy space, right? Much like you got to think of the bag of candy. So when we work in this space, like, and this is what we do here with the honoring of the emotions. And you'll remember that one of the things we're also seeing that's rather beautiful right now across the frequencies is working through the Stoic heart journey. So understanding that Stoicism isn't just going numb, it's not just about shutting things off, it's about feeling things and not reacting to them so that you can move with intention. This is what we mean by unattachment. Unattachment does not mean disassociation. Unattachment means allowing the ability to energetically observe something in order to allow the self to build into the context of navigating towards what is best for the self and those around the self. This is, and I like this too, because I feel like there's a little bit of this reclamation point for the energy and separation, building into the context of having an ego that one can be proud of, right? Because we talk a little bit about here, it's not about losing the ego entirely. Everything we have is a gift. The ego is there to protect us, right? It's a defense mechanism. It helps us fortify. But what we talk about is the fact that when we feel like our ego is unchecked, it's like the ego is operating everything, right? So there's a lot of, and I keep on seeing that a lot of that space, how do we heal, right? How do we begin to heal the ego? We let go of the illusion of rejection, because that's the thing. Often what happens is when we experience rejection, the ego, like the defense mechanism, feels energetically threatened. It turns on, but it's not in danger, right? It's not in danger. It's working in the context of the self, right? The unhealed inner child. So when we're building, and this is why we also identify that, especially when it comes to partnership, working in that space, right? Healing from the sense, and this is why I keep on seeing a lot of the energy and separation, reaffirming that when we come towards one another, we're in our authenticity. And if we are in our authenticity, right, and we love our energy, welcome to Taurus season, right? Taurus season. I love my energy. My energy is me, right? Building into that context, it says, I'm good with me, right? If we're good with ourselves, if we're good with our journey, then we don't feel so attached to how another person receives it. Because again, and we talk a lot about this here, unattachment is understanding that respectfully, lovingly, you can say to another that unless I'm doing something that is like intentionally hurting you, then how you feel about me is not my responsibility, right? I can't go into you and turn something on and off. I can't control that energetic feeling that you have when you see me. The only thing I can modify for that you feel with about me or anyone else is confusion. And confusion is always something that we clarifying confusion is always the gift that we owe each other because confusion is where trauma is created. So that ability of building into, and I keep on hearing, informed relationships. There's a lot of conversation that's happening right now in a lot of these magician relationships that I see that are created right now because there's a lot of talking, but that talking is building into pathwork of security and stability, particularly and especially because, and this makes a lot of sense because we see that Saturn is on the move right now. Saturn's going to be moving into Aries in just a few weeks, right? This is the energy that builds into the feeling of optimism, but also understanding that consistency is something that is only able to be seen in the vector of time. And you'll recall that a lot of the energy right now in separation are healing from relationships wherein there wasn't any consistency. So I keep on hearing that honesty and that consistency is starting to build the fiber like of these relationships. There's a lot of fiber here, and there's a lot of that connectedness because this is the energy that again, Pluto in retrograde, getting to the heart of something, right? Like just like I keep on hearing like let's just like I keep on hearing like do away with the pleasantries. Like it's almost like doing away from the pleasantries of conversation, trying to get real with one another as quickly as they can. Because this is a lot of the energy that again, moving towards the manifestation of wanting to be there in their authenticity, they're exhausted of the act of feeling like they have to be performative in order to come towards counterpart because that's the energy that says I want to be me so that I can identify if the person that I meet likes me in that capacity. While continuing to get clarification for energy coming into divine union right now, may I please have two cards to clarify? This is the energy that's been, I've been seeing them very much in high priestess energy right now, but it's a combination. Yeah, it's more, it is starting to feel more it's interesting because it's almost like a combination right now. It's continuing to be chariot energy, but it's like chariot energy combined with hermit and high priestess because there's a lot of energy right now that is moving into a space of showing one another not only sides of themselves that they don't show others, but sides of themselves that they did not even know that they possessed. Why are the energies coming into divine union, showing sides of one another to each other that they never knew that they possessed? Because it is the discovery that we're seeing that a lot of the work that's being identified that's happening here, particularly and especially in so many of those chariot relationships, that we've talked a lot about the fact that the stabilization point that the energy has created for one another, they've never had before. And when we reach higher ground in our relationship, right? This is often what it feels like when we find that stabilization point. It finally allows us to tend our wounds. And so I saw that a lot of this energy is going through a heart opening there, surprised about what's coming out. This is the energy that says, never have I felt more stable, but never have I felt more wounded. And this is why we talk about the fact that coming into a healing journey, healing from trauma, isn't to make room for more trauma. It's to be able to navigate when you finally hit that moment of joy, because as soon as you hit that point of security, all the trauma that you didn't know where you were carrying comes falling out of you. And so I see that a lot of this energy, not reacting to it, moving it through the heart and throat chakra, communicating through it instead of reacting to it, is finding that stabilization point. But it's not easy. So this is why the energy is giving each other reality checks, saying, hey, you're safe here with me. That is the past. This is the present. This is the energetic reality. Now, I do see some relationships, very small. I have to point out a very small fraction of energetic relationships that are potentially falling back into separation at these moments. But that small fraction that we're observing is working through the context of someone who is not healed enough from the trauma so that the joy feels like the illusion, right? And this is why we have to work through healing our trauma, because when we start to feel peace, it almost feels unreal. So I see that a lot of that energy is, there is like a small portion of that energy that is struggling too much with that, that might be falling into separation in the process. But I will stress this, it's a very small margin that I'm seeing. This brings us to a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union, clarification between our strength card and our eight of swords in its upright, Empress card in its reversal. Now, I'm not surprised. I'm just going to be honest right now, folks. It's cranky energy. It's cranky energy. It's going to continue to be cranky energy to a certain extent as we continue to straddle. I keep on noticing every time like a planet starts to set to cross, like move across this meridian between Pisces and Aries, like everything gets cranky. Everything gets cranky. But it's because I got to tell you, we're like it's a real flux energy, because Pisces to Aries, it's not an easy transition. And I'm not to say like there's always a bit of a shift, but you have to understand, like Pisces into Aries is like magnitude into like millisecond. It's big into small. It can get, it feels very, it feels like it feels like a lot of energetic pressure. But that's why even now, not letting yourself succumb to it, right? Working through it. Again, I'm just going to keep on saying this as we go, as Saturn moves into Aries. Heart to throat chakra, talking it out instead of reacting to it, speaking your feelings instead of letting the feelings run rampant is going to help a lot right now. But I know it's not easy. And for feminine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to, a lot of this feminine energy that I'm seeing is just, it's working into the pathwork of determination. It's working into and I keep on, I want to see, um there's something important, and it has a lot to do with the fact that Venus is in Aries right now. And a lot of and a lot of it is also the combination factor, you'll recall, of that Venus in retrograde cycle. Because I just keep on hearing that there's a lot of the feminine energy that's working through some deep healing that is being triggered by the term, like, your feelings are not my responsibility, right? And that is, and why are we seeing that to a certain extent? Now, this is not to say, right, and I can see a lot of the feminine energy working on this. This is not to say that feminine energy is not compassionate to feelings, right? This isn't to say that feminine energy doesn't work through the vector of feeling badly or working through empathy as it relates to the feelings that another person carries. But that's why I see that a lot of the feminine energy is working on healthy boundary setting, because this is a feminine energy that says, while I may be sorry and sad that you may feel something, this is the feminine that says, if there's nothing that I can do to go in there and change how you feel, this is the feminine that looks towards someone almost in a space of trying to say, the feelings that we carry for each other, while we can honor them and appreciate that they're there, we are not responsible for them. Beyond confusion, because confusion is something that we can always heal by offering clarity. So that's why we see that for a lot of the energy here, there's a lot of and I see a lot of the feminine energy working to release bitterness, working to move in a place of positivity, but it's not easy. It's heavy lifting, right? Working through that uplift. Now, for masculine energy right now, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the masculine energy, this is a big part. This has a lot more of that masculine energy I see going into periods and pathwork of contemplation. I see a lot of the masculine energy today much more in hermit energy, which is working into consideration of navigating circumstances and situations. I keep on seeing a lot of contemplation, but I actually feel for a lot of the masculine energy, this in itself is a breakthrough point, because you'll recall that we saw that for a lot of the masculine energy coming into connection with emotions, right? Building into that space of emotional intelligence. I feel like there's a lot of like frustration and anger and even some sadness from some of the masculine energy working in this path work, because it's almost the energy of feeling the frustration of it not being prioritized, right? Because what happens when someone says, oh, it's easy, just don't feel something, right? Just turn it off. This is the masculine that understands and recognizes that turning something off isn't strong, right? That when someone says turn it off, just stop feeling, what they're really doing is they're not giving you the opportunity to work that energetic muscle. It doesn't give you the opportunity to learn how to do something. It doesn't give you the opportunity to be able to feel through something. So it's almost like the energy, I can see the masculine feeling some kind of frustration, trying to do a little emotional, like I can see like emotional catch up as it relates to navigating through the pathwork of learning how to navigate through their feelings, healing it, right? Like working through true stoicism, which is feeling it in order to heal it. And when you're able to feel it and heal it, but not react to it, you become energetically stronger in the process, and working through the frustration of any experiences in the past that said, just turn it off, right? Like just turn it off, because that doesn't create strength. That creates vulnerability. That creates weakness. And that's happening across all of the frequencies. Continuing to get clarification between our Three of Swords in combination with our Hermit card in its upright. Can I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Ten of Pentacles in its upright. So everything I'm seeing here, for a lot of the energy, there's a lot of focus right now on what feels energetically productive. I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of that contemplation. There's a lot of that space. There's a lot of that recognition. There's a lot of that observation of adaptability. And I like this too, because it does feel, I got to figure out where the Libra energy is coming from right now. But it feels like there's a lot of, it feels like there's a little bit of Libra energy here. Because for a lot of the energy working through this context, I just see that this is identifying and working through, I keep on saying parsing through the emotions and honoring the emotions via the recognition. I keep on hearing again, the emotions that are like children, right? And when we're honoring the emotions, it doesn't just mean that we do what we feel every single moment, right? It doesn't just mean that, and this is a continuation of some of the lessons that we saw when we were going through a lot of that chariot work prior to the eclipse season ending, right? Honoring the emotions isn't just letting the emotions run rampant. It's not just doing whatever you want because you feel like it, okay? Honoring the emotions, because we've identified that there are the emotions that are healthy, right? There are the emotions that are supportive to us. There are the emotions that nourish us. Versus the emotions that are indulgent, right? Working through, listening to the emotions like one would a child, to identify what the emotions are asking for, and either navigating, either fulfilling the fulfilling the request of the emotion, right? Feels good, is good, versus the emotions that feel like they aren't, that they're indulgent, right? They're not necessarily leading to us to our path work. They feel more in that space of working into the context of, and what do we identify as something that is indulgent, something that feels good but isn't necessarily good for us, right? And so, and this is why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of healing right now in this vibration, in relationality to releasing bitterness, particularly and especially bitterness for the past via the concentration on the present. Because what happens when we are too bitter? When we are too bitter, we dwell. And when we are dwelling, we don't do anything, right? Dwelling is an act. dwelling Dwelling is something that feels like it like hold, it's like hold, and we talked a lot about this. It's like holding on to something from the past and refusing to let go of it, but in no way that allows for, and it doesn't mean we have to let go of everything, but it doesn't feel that it does any good to hold on to it. This is why we talk a lot about the pathwork of surrender, right? Surrender isn't giving up, it's letting go of something that isn't energetically necessary so that we can see with more clarity. And this is happening across all of the frequencies. I can see even now, like working through the conversations that are productive versus something that feels like, and this is why I see there could be some separations that are occurring right now with just someone saying, and this is why I can see you can't, and it's like you can't have a conversation with someone in a space of bitterness. Have you ever noticed this? Because it feels like you get caught in an infinite loop where someone's like, you have to rectify it. And then you say, what can you rectify? What can I rectify? And they go, nothing. And you go, well, there's nothing I can do. And they go, rectify it. And you go, but you're saying that there's nothing I can do. And they go, well, you should be upset that you can't rectify it. And like, I am upset that I can't rectify it. So that I can see some energy, like identifying, like working through bitter loops and understanding what can be healed, right? Which is again, solution focused instead of something that is problem oriented. Continuing to get clarification between our hermit energy in combination with our Nine of Wands in its reversal. One card to clarify. Clarification, we like to see it. The Ace of Wands in its upright. So there's a lot of this work that we're seeing right now in relationality to, I keep on seeing what feels like a productive conversation, what feels like it moves something into the directionality of something that becomes energetically sustaining, something that becomes energetically flourishing. And so, and this is happening across all of the frequencies right now. I'm not surprised to see this work, particularly as we navigate, and I'm really glad to see this as we're beginning to navigate the Pluto retrograde, because I keep on hearing that the Pluto retrograde, ironically, is saying dwelling leaves nothing, like dwelling means nothing gets done. Dwelling means nothing gets done. When we dwell on things, all we do is talk about what went wrong. And when you're so focused on talking about what went wrong, it never leaves any space to talk about what goes right, right? It's working in that, like, and I'm not surprised to see these messages coming through with like all this energy in Aries, because Aries energy is very much like shake it off. You know what I mean? Like Aries is very much like shake it off, right? Like better, not bitter. Not don't like like I always like, but it's interesting because like whenever I read for Aries energy, I feel like it's game time. You know what I mean? And it's like almost like when you're like in the middle of doing something, and you ever notice if you're like in the middle of like doing something, and you get so mad at yourself for something you missed, then you're like, your head's not in it, right? So working through that space, right? Like when we let go of beating ourselves up, when we let go of worrying so much, it frees us to be able to just work on what is present to us. So I feel like this interesting thing that's happening right now, especially with Saturn transiting, has to do with focusing on the present, right? Building into being very present, looking to the past as a library and not an armory. And this is what is fundamental as it relates to a lot of the relationships that are moving forward at this time. Because it's not to say that there aren't some energies right now that are in restorational energy, but these are the rules. These are the instructions that they're moving forward on, that are allowing some kind of context of productivity, right? Potentially this is giving me like new energy. This is like absolute fresh start, because this is the articulation of building into the space of honoring counterpart. And that's what I like. Like that's what I like about some of these partnerships that are occurring right now in this period of time, these magician partnerships that I'm seeing. They're honoring counterpart because they honor themselves, and they honor themselves because they appreciate the journey that they're moving towards. They've let go of the illusion of rejection, because this is the energy that says, if I'm proud of me, then you have to be proud of me too, right? If I'm proud of me and I come towards you and you turn your nose up, then we want different energetic things. And so that's the energy that's just like, I see a lot of that energy. Like the only thing about some of these partnerships that I'm seeing right now is, if someone says, I don't like that, the energy's going, see you later. Like they're going, see you later. Like they're like, it's not building into, like, no nitpicking here. It's a nitpicking free zone. Not someone saying like what you feel about something isn't like, that's your business, it's not my business. Right? Like the business I mind in me honors the business that you mind in you, kind of thing, is what I say is happening here. While for energy coming into divine union right now, this is this is a bit more rocky. This is heavy. This is heavy stuff. Clarification between our Nine of Wands in its reversal in combination with our Two of Cups in its upright. One card to clarify, please. There it is, clarification with the Fool in its reversal. The one benefit I'm seeing right now for a lot of the energy moving through some of that destabilization process, right? The recognition that sometimes when we reach a point of stabilization and partnership, it triggers a heart opening, and all of these things that we didn't know that we were carrying come flying out. This is the energy that's finding the ability to ground through it. And this is the energy that is identifying and recognizing and saying, and the energy is saying, like, and even here, I can hear the energy apologizing to counterpart, and the counterpart saying, you have nothing to apologize for. You've been holding on to that for a really long time. It's an honor to be here and to hold you through it. Mars and Leo. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now. Clarification between our Empress card and our Ten of Pentacles in its upright. We've got here our Page of Swords in its reversal. You know, one of the things that we're seeing here, I'm just recognizing, like, a lot of this work that we're identifying right now, there's a lot I keep on seeing for a lot of the energy deep within divine union. The reason I keep on seeing that this energy is in temperance right now is it's working through being energetically patient with things. And I keep on hearing, like, the beauty of some of the energy deep within divine union right now is finding patience that they didn't know exists. right? And so I keep on getting, so for the energy in separation right now, this is the energy finding authenticity that they didn't know existed. For the energy coming into divine union, this is energy that is finding trauma that they didn't know existed. And this is the energy deep within divine union that is finding patience that they didn't know existed. Because when we're building into, and we talked a lot about this, um, patience is infinite. This is all that energy coming back into Aries. And then we were talking about this yesterday. I'm going to bring it back up today. Aries is often misunderstood as being impatient. It's not that Aries are impatient. That is a misconception. Aries have a very volatile relationship with time. Okay? Like, Aries come here to work through lessons revolved around Saturn. And that's why this move of Saturn moving into Aries is going to be interesting. Aries hate. They absolutely hate. There's nothing an Aries hates more than having their time wasted. Like, it's not a lack of patience. It's the squandering. It's squandering the clock. Okay? Like, Aries have no tolerance for energy that squanders the clock. So that's why we see that a lot of this work that's happening here has to do with finding new reserves of patience, because Aries, I guarantee you, this is why Aries make such good coaches. Okay, this is why Aries make amazing coaches. Don't tell me, don't tell me that Aries are bad with patience and then show me every Aries that is a coach. Aries patient is it's infinite. So long as there's one vector, because this is what Aries recognize: progress, talent, the ability to want to refine something, the ability to want to perfect something, the ability, do that again, right? Like, this is what Aries says: wait, do that again. No, do it like this time, right? Mm-mm, no, come back here. No, don't give up. I'm not giving up on you. I saw that there. Don't give up on yourself, right? Like, it's coming into that space, right? It's working through the difference between understanding, and this is why I would not be surprised right now, navigating what feels like a waste of time, right? Versus something that one is refining, something that one is building into, navigating that construct, building towards that, like working through that in that way, and being energetically productive in the process. I just keep on seeing there's a lot of that space there. And I keep on saying there's a lot of fine tuning that's happening right now for energy deep within divine union. And a lot of it is effectively like navigating through and recognizing what is adaptable, like what is changeable, versus like what is feeling energetically exhaustive, right? So there's a lot of that work there. And this is what's happening right now across all of the frequencies, continuing to get clarification between our 10 of, like I keep on hearing, systems like refinement, 10 of Pentacles in combination with our Ace of Wands in its upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with our King of Wands in its reversal. So for a lot of the energy right now, for the energy, I just keep on saying, for the energy in separation right now, I just want to show you, you know, what it's interesting, and I need to point this out because this is very interesting. Energy deep within divine union is working on trying to become more efficient with processes. I see that there's a lot of navigating or looking at something to understand how one can do it more effectively or how to do it more quickly. Energy in separation right now is intentionally trying to slow something down. Why do we see that there's energy right now in separation? Why are these partnerships trying to slow something down? because you will recall that a lot of the energy right now in separation are healing from relationships wherein they potentially felt like they were swept off their feet. But the relationship that swept them off their feet lacked, then dropped them straight on their tuchus. That's what I'm getting. I keep on hearing the energy that swept them off their feet, then dropped them straight on their, like that dropped them straight on their hindquarters, because there's that energy, there's that moment of identifying and recognizing that it's easy, like it's easy to sweep someone off the feet. It's harder to build into energetic consistency. So I see this energy that is working to pull back on their emotions because they're moving towards each other optimistically, but they're trying really hard not to get their hopes up too much in the process. Right? There's a lot of this energy here. I keep on hearing they're still working through a little bit of that chariot energy, which is a little bit of that like, whoa, Nelly kind of thing. Because I told you these are energies in magician, which are they're almost articulating and saying something that's good now will be good later, right? A good process is not one that we rush to a finish line. It's being able to savor the journey. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy in this vibration, it's it's hard because the energy wants to run and they're almost apologizing to each other for taking it slow. But what's beautiful about it is they're saying, you have nothing to apologize for. I understand completely. I too have been hurt before, right? There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that conscientiousness because they're allowing that quality, or they're allowing that gift of Saturn, right, to help articulate what feels like it's energetically consistent versus avoiding like a whim relationship, which you can usually identify because it burns out really quickly, right? It's all there in it's all there at the beginning, but it doesn't find the ability to stay energetically consistent throughout. This brings us to a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, clarification between our Ace of Wands in combination with our Fool card in its reversal. Boom! I like seeing our girlfriend here. We've got here the Queen of Swords. This is beautiful because one of the things I'm seeing right now for some of the energy coming into divine union, as I mentioned, these chariot partnerships going through a heart opening. Why do you have to be very careful when you go through a heart opening? Because if you're healing from trauma, and this is what we talk about, this is why it's so devastating sometimes. I hear this energy saying, how are things going? Better than ever. How are you feeling? Like they're going, because that's the energy that didn't know what they were carrying. That often when we reach points in our journey, when we reach higher ground, healing is reaching higher ground so that we can heal. And sometimes we can't get a full scope on everything we've been carrying until we reach that higher ground. So that's why I see a lot of that energy feeling like I told you, the chariot partnerships that have reached a higher ground in partnership. And they look back on the past and they almost have like vertigo because they're like, oh my gosh, that wasn't that long ago, but it feels like a million years, right? Because that is the energy that suddenly realizes, like, how difficult that was or what they were carrying. And it's evidenced by how much is coming up right now. The emotional clarification of the expression of pain that they didn't even know that they were holding on to. And that's why I keep on hearing this is the energy that's learning the value of the sacred embrace. Because when we're healing from trauma and we're not ready, right? When we come into a space of joy, we'll push against it and say, this can't be real. And so it won't be. You go back to the trauma that you felt comfortable in. But when we find that strength to persevere, to push through the anxiety into something that we haven't experienced before, then we find the ability to heal because we find ourselves strong enough to navigate the energetic peace that is found there. This is why we talk about the fact that we don't heal from trauma to make room from trauma. We heal from trauma to break free of it so that when we come into a space of peace, we don't bring the trauma with us. Because when we react to that heart opening, then we become the trauma. But when we articulate through it, healing the heart to throat chakra, we begin to heal it. Continuing to get clarification for the energy deep within divine union right now. Page of Swords in its reversal in combination with our King of Wands in its reversal. One card to clarify, our Page of Cups in its upright. So I just keep on seeing that for a like I feel like there's for some, like, this is the so much of the energy right now deep within divine union is so much, it's very much in temperance energy. You know, there's a little bit, there's a little bit of wait and see here. But what's beautiful about some of this wait and see that we're identifying and we're recognizing here is it's saying to me that there's a lot of that consideration as it relates to building in new processes, building in new journeys, identifying and recognizing something that you think that you could potentially be doing more or better, right? Like looking at something very critically to identify if there's something that you can adapt or adjust or accommodate for. There's a lot of energy right now deep within divine union that is, I told you, they were taking the temperature of things. They were working on what it is that they can refine, what it is that they can build on, so that they can move forward like more effectively. I almost see, like, it's like I keep on seeing that this is the energy that is putting into consideration what they can change within the self, like what they're working on, what they're trying to adapt. And there's a little bit of this touch and go there. There's a little bit of this work. Or I keep on hearing, is this an inside or is this an outside problem? And this is the gift and the benefit of being in healthy partnership, because that is the energy that I keep on hearing. They're not being nice to each other, they're being energetically kind, which means they're articulating and they're showing each other, right? They're saying, like, again, working to check the ego, saying, is there something here I'm missing? And what's beautiful is that when you're in healthy relationship, that ability to check the ego, you build into the space of feeling like you're back to back because you've got each other's backs. This is why it's so important that we heal our ego before we enter into partnership. Because if we enter into partnership and we've got a counterpart that's afraid of the fragility of our ego, right? All you hear is silence, but that's not the silence and the reassurance that everything's right. That is the energy that is frightened of you, right? That's the energy that's afraid to disturb you. So we work to fortify our egos so that they're not fragile enough that they can't listen to something that is difficult. This is what we talk about building into pragmatism, because when we strengthen our ego, right? When we don't have a fragile ego, when we're proud of our ego and we work to check our ego, then others can communicate with us and we can work to adjust, we can work to accommodate, we can work to change. But this is why I keep on seeing that this is the energy that, like, says to one another, I appreciate you because I know that you see me, and I trust the things that come from you because I know that the clarity that you see is not just matched by what you see in me, but you also see my intention. You see that direction. So they work to check their egos in the process, because, and that is the act of building into the space of feeling true, deep intimacy. Continuing to get clarity, and that's why I hear, like, this is the energy that's hashing out much of the, like, the energy was in separation a few days ago, because remember, these messages move back and forth across the frequencies. Continuing to get clarification between our King of Wands in combination with our Queen of Swords, and it's upright. One card to clarify. Yeah, because we talk about this here. It's not about shedding the ego entirely. That's your buddy system. That's there to keep you safe. That's your protect. That protects you. It's your shield. It's having an ego you can be proud of, right? And that's that space that, again, the conversations, like I even see here the beauty of some of the energy deep in those relationships, having conversations not just on who they are, but who they aspire to be, right? looking at something and being able to have the gift of the mirror of the counterpart that says, if there's something wrong, you'll tell me. If I'm doing something that's out of alignment, you'll help me see. This is the beauty, because this is the energy that says that it never, when you're in healthy partnership, it doesn't feel like there's like one captain taking the lead. It feels like there's two captains, because you're constantly checking on one another to make sure that the voyage is energetically safe, right? It's a lot of that adaptability that you create with one another. And so I keep on seeing there's a lot of work that's happening right now as it relates to navigating the gift of the sacred embrace for energy. And that's why the energy right now, deep within divine union, is talking about being back to back, saying, I love you because I know you have my back, which says, I've done enough work to heal this space that I know you'll tell me something that I need to hear, even if it's hard for me to hear, right? Like that is the energetic pledge of the energy when they're in that space of temperance, constantly checking temperature. While for energy coming into divine union, these are the energies right now looking eye to eye. They're giving each other reality checks. They're going through a lot of the trauma from the past coming out because of the stability they found in the present. And they're looking at one another saying, look at me. This is real. You are safe here. This is where you need to be. This is the sacred embrace, because when we're not ready to heal from our trauma, when we enter the space of the joy that the partnership brings, right? It almost creates that feeling of non-reality because we haven't experienced it before. So that ability to ground the energy and understand and embrace the reality of the stability that's coming towards them as they find one another, this is the energy that is finding and healing from trauma via the relationship that feels like they've reached a higher ground, right? Finally being in a place that's space to be in a space that's safe to be able to express everything that they've been carrying. This brings us to the energy in separation. Final card for today, between our Page of Cups in its upright in combination with our Six of Swords in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now. I love it. I love a Two of Swords in its reversal to complete today's reading. I also need to point out we've got a Six of Swords in its reversal with a Two of Swords in its reversal, which again, that's another 8. It's another 8 when you put them together. A lot of 8s here that we identify are occurring across this reading today. And that's beautiful because it has a lot to do with working in the context of, I keep on hearing, identifying consistency, continuum, right? The energy, I'm not surprised to see. This is why the energy right now in separation is in magician energy, because this is the energy that says it's really easy to put on a show, right? It's really easy to enter a relationship and be like, ta-da! Like, but the consistency, right? The consistency we build in one another shows our authenticity. It reveals who we are. It creates the context of recognizing and identifying what it is that we see. And it's not qualitative, right? It's not building into the context of day to day to day, but it's building into the context of what you see as it relates to looking at something from the whole, right? Identifying and recognizing where that work is. And this is why I'm telling, like, that's why I see even now there's a bunch of energy that's almost apologizing and saying, look, I would love to go faster. I wish I could go faster, but I'm healing because I need to slow down, because I was just in a relationship with someone that did not know how to row, right? They're saying I was in a relationship with someone that did not know how to row. I was in a relationship with someone that there was a lot there to begin, and then it all disappeared, right? And so this is the energy that says, forgive me if I slow things down. It's not because I don't believe you, but I'm healing from an experience where I had this occur, where there was a lot of energetic feeling, and then poof, it disappeared. Like a magic show, I keep on hearing. Right? So this is why I see that this is the energy that's saying to one another, like that understanding, and saying no illusion, right? That I need to slow something down to make sure that this is real. This is the energy that welcomes that embrace, because they're saying that this is the energy that's finding each other there and saying, if I'm enjoying this, if I'm building a genuine connection, the time it takes to get there is irrelevant, because when you're building towards a healthy manifestation, it's not a race, it's a walk down the street, right? It's a joy. And I keep on hearing the energy say, it's a joy to walk with you regardless. Bottom of the deck on this reading, seven of cups in its reversal. This is energy right now, particularly in separation, that's working to identify a legitimate manifestation goal. We have to talk about this. It's painful and we need to heal from it collectively. There's nothing worse than to tell someone that you have a manifestation goal that you don't truly have. Nothing worse than it. Building into that context, the falsity that it creates in the narrative creates an experience that literally creates energetic pain. It's creating trauma, right? It creates a space of confusion. And when we talk about this, here again, spiritual efficacy is having a manifestation that one is proud of, right? The ability to articulate. If you're not sure if your manifestation is something that is in alignment to you, if you're afraid to say it out loud, it probably isn't, right? It's probably not. The ability to articulate and to state clearly what it is that one is trying to manifest is usually the best identification as to whether it is a worthy manifestation or if it's something that's not in alignment to yourself or those around you. And also further, it works again in navigating through our fear, right? Sometimes, and this is the problem that we're seeing here, there's also that difficulty that, again, it's hard to be authentic, because when we articulate our manifestation goals to another, we sometimes worry about the fear of rejection. But when we heal from the fear of rejection, when we understand that rejection is an illusion, because if we articulate our manifestation to someone and they say, ew, or I don't like that, then that's not the energy for you. Like, why would you move forward with someone that doesn't want the same manifestation for you, or someone who says you're going too fast? It's not that you're never going too fast. If the energy's saying, when energy says you're going too fast and articulating a manifestation, what they're really saying is, I don't have that manifestation. My manifestation is something more immediate, right? So that's a lot of this energy that's like working through the understanding of navigating circumstances or situations, of making sure. And also, we see the fact that we've talked a lot about this here. It's very easy to say that you want a manifestation, but a manifestation that's spoken and not moved towards isn't a manifestation. That's a wish. A manifestation is a wish with legs. It's not just wanting something, it's doing the things that are necessary in order to move towards it. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this energy right now that is building into the context of working towards the healthy manifestation, but then allowing the context of, again, building into the vector of Saturn, working through time to recognize and identify the authentic manifestation, which is the articulation of someone who is being clear and true about what it is that they hope to manifest, that again has the ability to find the strength of fortitude of the self to be consistent in moving towards that manifestation, and also doing that work in recognizing and identifying what it takes to get there, not just words, but moving words to action. So we see that a lot of that energy doing that work right now. It's not easy, because the energy wishes that they could, believe it, come to that space of building into the authenticity. But having healed from situations and circumstances where trauma was created by those who are not in alignment or accordance with what their manifestation dictates, this is the energy that says, you'll have to forgive me, because I'm doing this because of those experiences. But what's beautiful about this is I see a lot of the energy in separation saying, I don't blame you, right? Like, that's the energy that says, that's not you projecting. That is your energetic history, right? Continuing for a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now. I just see that a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now is working in the context of recognizing and identifying what, like, this is the energy that's kind of just working through this context. And this is the hard part. When we're healing from trauma, We don't know how much we have to heal until we get into a space that it's safe to feel it, right? Surprise, like, surprise. It's a little bit of that surprise because those moments, you know, like those moments where we build that stabilization point, it just it feels like it unlocks us because that's what we talk about with a heart opening, being like, wow, it feels good to get that off my chest. I didn't even know I felt like that. And that's the difference. Everything you need to know if you're going through that, saying to someone, I didn't know I had that to get off my chest. The articulation of it, moving it from the heart to throat chakra instead of reacting, instead of doing what the trauma dictates, instead of moving, like letting the trauma move through you. Congratulations. You've already accomplished the hard part. The rest is just continuing to stay consistent in that vibration. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, working in this space, there's a lot of this. It's not, it's like the difficulty that I'm seeing for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, is situations and circumstances are not ideal. But that's the point, right? Again, something working through that, like, and this is where we're seeing that these are a lot of the Taurus lessons, because a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union is working through the paradox that often those with Taurus placements have to deal with, and it has to do with the understanding of how one moves into comfortability, right? The level of degree of comfort that one can experience is directly proportional to how much discomfort one can navigate. It's the journey of the acquired taste, because you don't know, like, if you're feeling, you don't know, you can't know what you like unless you like move out of, like, until you try something different, right? You can't work towards something unless you're willing to navigate the discomforture. You can't build more comfort unless you're willing to navigate a little discomfort in the process. It requires comfort. Finding comfort requires you to have to step out of your comfort zone. And that's why I see a lot of that energy working through the difference between something that is energetically indulgent, like working in the space of navigating something that just feels good, versus identifying and recognizing what feels good and is good, right? Something that pushes the self but moves one into accordance with the self, right? It's giving a lot of that space that sometimes the only way out is through, right? The only way to move something into a space of easement is to get energetically comfortable with it. And sometimes that requires you to have to step out of your comfort zone. That is where we find all of the energy prior to that is where that is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here to experience it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So to I encourage you to book one there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Hangman. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, May 14th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the death card. Don't worry, it's not that scary. We're going to talk about the spread app. We're going to talk about the history of that card, the symbology of the card. I'm going to work you through the spread applications to how to read that card in any variation that it may appear in your own readings. I'll also be leaving you with a special reading, a special spread that you can also take with you from that class and to help you channel those messages into your own readings. And all you need to do, if you would like to become a part of that class program, is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything that we've studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes. You will also receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me where I will assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best impact going forward towards your personal tarot goals. You will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That is access to over 13 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as well. You'll also receive my Mystic Meditation articles, which will let you know about updates in terms of what we've been experiencing in the cards energetically in article form. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your journey on a budget. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased on an individual level per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, please make sure that you keep a dream journal as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Congratulations to Adam. You got our highest gifter for today, and with 429 gifts. Ava, you came in second with 418. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the fourth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also going to take a moment as well. If we are also doing a giveaway right now, when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. We are already at 27K, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. Also, if you are joining us across any of the other apps and would like to get on the list, you can do so as well via my tree that has Binks in it in Mylayo. If you have information that is relevant to our reading, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life reading that you had done that you'd like more information on, simply go ahead and message and put it in the notes. Any information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can include it if you are a subscriber in our subscriber only Discord channel, and I will read it there when it is your turn to have a reading. Addison, thank you so much for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Eileen. If anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the 6th person read for. Hi there, 1221, tap to claim. Welcome, Geo, the real stuck twice. Hi there. Oh, hold on a minute. Libra in the house. How are you doing, Amelie? Welcome. Love that Libra energy. I know, it is cranky energy. Yes, definitely cranky energy. Thank you, V. Hi there, Kamoy. Good to see you today. And welcome. The list is open. Hey, Juices. And Nikki, thank you for sharing the live. Now I want a sandwich. It's 4 a.m. I want to say 8:40. I want a sandwich too. Leo energy. I always want a sandwich. You have lighthearted. Oh, thank you so much, Athena. That's really sweet of you. And hi there, Nikki. Good to see you today. Grand Rising Queen. I hope you're having a beautiful day. And welcome to everybody joining us today. Thank you as well, Nikki, for sharing the live. And thank you as well, NG, for the follow. Ego can keep you alive on base level. Totally agree, Athena. And we work here on recognizing and identifying, not trying to heal, not trying to get rid of the ego entirely, but having an ego that we're proud of. Fig, I bought a violin yesterday. You're going to reteach yourself to play. That's wild. Oh, I totally support that journey. That's so exciting. Congratulations. Leah, my north node is in Leo and south node is in Cancer. Wow. Dad's a Leo, mom's a Cancer. Wow. So you like, that's like a lot of continuation on their journeys. It's hard though, because especially, like Leo north node, Cancer south node. It's like working through the vector of having to be seen in order to get things done. It's very interesting. You were inspired by a cellist. That's so cool, Fig. Congratulations. Cancer Leo cusps in the house. I like a Cancer Leo cusp. It's very dreamy. I have to gym and real quick for an hour. No, hey Juices, you'll never miss your readings here. So the way it works is you get added to the list, and if you're not here when I call you, you come back anytime and I will add you back on the list. Thank you for clarifying to them, Nikki. Talking about confusion. I'm just kidding. I bet it was fun. Fun to who. And thank you, this and that, for the follow. Leia, all that steam from the fire and water signs makes it extra spicy. Oh, yeah, of course. Your camera is way to your right. Can't see the table. It's a little difficult for me because it's a hard position for me to occupy as it relates to it. But I will point out, Fig, if you want to see the cards on the table, I try to show them on the screen. But also, if you want to see the full spread, you can always hop over to the Substack once we complete the reading, and you can see all the cards there. That's one of the reasons I post the photo. Leia, being a Gemini Sag, I got nothing but hot air. That's not true. Listen, Gemini Sages, you guys are like wild, I like it. But what do you mean by Gemini Sag? Are you saying like being a Gemini? What do you mean by, can you clarify what you mean by Gemini Sag? And thank you, Billy, for the follow. A Gemini Cap here, Aquarius rising. Okay. I'm a hot mess. Excellent. My life right now. Listen, I don't think anyone with Cap placements can ever be a hot mess. You know what I mean? Like I've yet to see it. Show me. I'm waiting to see a Cap that's a mess. Okay. I literally don't believe that. My life right now. I know it's really cranky energy, V. Same, Nikki. I've been so irritable. Virgo, Sun, Gemini, Moon. Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you. Okay, Gemini, okay, Aries rising. Yeah, I believe the moon is also in Virgo right now. So that could also have something to do with that irritability you're feeling, which is it's like things are not perfect, far from it. But remember, perfect is not a location, it's a cardinal direction. Thank you for those gifts, this and that. Keisha, definitely feeling the cranky energy. Thank you for confirmation. That Aries, with everything in Aries, you're really feeling it. Yep, I'm melting. V, I love it. It's a lot of action with that fire sign, absolutely. Cappy, masculine seems frustrated and anxious. When we're talking about the masculine energy collectively, and I keep on seeing this, the masculine energy that's like working, like healing collectively right now, is working on being, like I keep on hearing, being protective by being an active listener, if that makes sense, right? There's a lot of that there. And Keisha, noticing I'm having to reinforce my healthy boundaries and now with emotional intelligence. I'm so glad to hear you're doing that right now, Keisha. Tap to claim. And Princess Jenny, thank you for the follow. The masculine needs to fix the I'm gonna push back on that, Fig. Not it's not I mean, listen, there's unhealed feminine energy and there's unhealed masculine energy. And so I don't like to characterize that all the masculine energy is in, like, F boy energy. I don't like to characterize the fact that the feminine's always an emotional nightmare. We have our work cut out for us. And when we're doing that, we're being very conscientious about those who are around us, right? It's not easy, but I get it. Libra in the house. What's up, Anili? And Bean, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. Trishina, yes, guidance, no indulgent bypassing, tap to claim. Hey, I'll read the list right now. Juices, can you give me your first name? You don't have to give me your full name, just the first name or the first initial of the name that you sent the donation with. Dwelling is definitely unproductive. Thank you for the compliment, Kristen. Rumination, depression. Make sure that you're hydrating right now, CG. Make sure you're talking to someone, okay? You're not alone. Nikki, thank you for the follow. And Bookcase, thank you for sharing the live, Addison. Hi there, Jolene. Thank you for the compliment. Stopping by really quickly on my break from studying. Oh, I hope the finals go well, dear. Sending you so much support. And Emily, thank you for the follow. The collective, yes, we just finished it, Kristen. And Sweet Lemons, thank you for those gifts. Not my monkey, not my circus. There's a bit of that energy here, Kathy. There really is. And Jay Monet, thank you for the follow. Ava, thank you for those gifts. The time is the worst social construct. It's a little annoying, isn't it? Not the worst. It's one of them. It's on the list. It's on the list. I feel that. Aries moon here. Thank you for being here. My sweet lemon, so true. Bookcase. To be honest, once I accepted time is made up, I was liberated from it in a lot of ways. That's beautiful. Athena, I'm a coach. Yes, thank you for confirmation, Kristen. And if you're not playing your part, you're off the team. I like that. I am that I am. And Aries is always right because otherwise they wouldn't talk about it. Aries are really good at the fact checking. That's the thing about it. Like, be careful. Aries are always like, Aries have checked their facts, Time's a wasting. 1212. The real stuck twice. Thank you for letting me know, Gio. Hi there, Charlene. Just trying to breathe through it with love. Continue to do that. That's important. I am. The stiffness in my neck and shoulders has forced me to relax. My body's adjusting. Continue to do so. Make sure you're hydrating right now. Like, listen, we've got Taurus season. Taurus season is really heavy on the shoulders. Aries is really heavy on the neck. No heavy lifting this season. I don't know how many times I have to say this. Okay. Everybody's like, I thought I was stronger than I am right now. Okay. No, none of this. How did you accomplish accepting time is made up? That's a great question. I am. Thank you for the follow. Time is just a measurement. The now is always present. I like that. Tap to claim. Lovely. It's so difficult if trauma is the comfort zone. I know, Lovely. We've been talking about it a lot here. I know. I feel that soon my divine counterpart is coming in divine timing. Tap to claim I am. Nikki. There's another Nikki in here. I can't. Nikki friendly zone. I know we get a lot of Nikki's in here. I'm okay with it. Welcome all Nikki's. That made me stay. Oh, excellent. I am, but currently clearing and breaking down emotions and thoughts and belief structures in my body. Continue to do that work. I am. Yes, I think it's easier to understand that conceptually, harder to embody, always. I only stop when the universe is like, Nikki, or there are too many readers. Excellent. Well, thank you for stopping here. And we're happy to have you. Hi, Nikki. We are so fine. Oh, gosh. I'm sure everyone with Nikki loves that song. We are so fine. We are fine on their minds. I love it. And thank you, 1221 I am. I love your ego. It just wants to keep us safe. Exactly, Nikki. Tap to claim. Meg, good to see you today. Gio, thank you for the smiles. And thank you, Ava, for those gifts. Thank you as well, Nikki. Slowing down from the illusions. Tap to claim. What Nikki says. Our Arian and the universe keep telling me that timing does matter. True. Tap to claim. Time will stand still when we are together. Tap to claim. If the vibe ain't vibing, choose another song. I like that. You look so good. Thank you so much for the compliment, White. Hope you're doing well today. You're so welcome, Haley. Feeling the refreshing transformational energy and using it to better myself. Tap to claim. Isabel, thank you for getting on the list. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the seventh person read for. And we are going to be starting personal reading shortly if you'd like to claim a spot on the list. Just came back. I had a phone call. We just finished the collective figure and we're about to get started on personals. Hi there, Per. How are you doing today? So good to see you. All right, where'd we go? Hi there, welcome. And Adam, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right, and welcome. Bridget's back. I know, Nikki, Bridget's dreams are like movies. I love it. As a reader, I love it. I'm telling you, I could not remember a single dream until this past year. Let us know if you changed anything. I'd love to know what you changed that allowed that to happen. Because me and dreams have like a fickle relationship. Sag Sun, Aquarius Moon, Cap Rising. What a beautiful combination. That's really nice energy, Jennifer. It's very like watercolor horse energy. I'm going to have to get the dream package soon. Oh, I love that. That makes sense why I've been so intense right now. Virgo moon. Yeah. Like the Virgo moon, it's there's a lot of intensity right now. And working through, remember, perfection is a cardinal direction, not a destination. Elizabeth, my partner's a Sag, but almost all their houses are in Cap. Their OCD can be crippling sometimes. Yeah, I mean, a lot of Cap energy sometimes can bring that out, you know, and especially, I feel like the Sag Cap is really nice to balance out some of that, but if there's a lot of Cap placements, I can see that. Um, you know, I feel like that's someone kind of helping them understand that exquisite is not perfect, right? Working through trying to identify and work towards exquisite, something that is uniquely theirs, instead of holding the standard outside of the self could help. Hi, Nikki. Cappy, as a Cap, I find the recent energy amusing, like a weird circus. I can see. I feel like Caps probably feel like that right now. I feel like Libras probably feel like that right now. I feel like Scorpios probably feel like that right now, but Scorpios are sitting there with popcorn and sunglasses, like cackling as they do. Bridget, I used to have a really hard time with being seen, but now I'm like, I don't give an F. Exactly. Look at me go. I'm pretty. I know it. I love that energy, Bridget. Fig, that's what I was meaning. The duality of and putting the boy energy in place. The feminine has to. Yep. I mean, it's recognizing where the work begins. And I need to point this out. I feel like a lot of the healed masculine is trying to get a lot of the unhealed masculine energy in check, because I keep on getting it affects them as well. You know, like that's the thing that's so difficult. Like I see it all the time. I'll do readings for healed masculine energy, and they'll be like, they're confusing me for you. Like it's not great. I don't discriminate. I love the purple. Thank you, Izzy. Good to see you. Isabel, oh my God, I need a reading. We did one the other week, and there's a massive change. Anytime you want, dear. I think you got on the list. I got you on the list. Yep, you're on it, dear. However, I was teasing with my verbiage. I'm okay with that. I like a good pun. My Majesty, Smoke and Mirrors. Oh, welcome, Adam. Adam. You won the highest gifter if you're here. Integrating my parts. I love that bookcase. Japan takes 20 hours. Nope, Aries here says it's 14. Exactly. Perfect example, Bridget. That was wild. They were like, nope, 14. I'm like, how many times have you been to? How many times have you been to Japan? I love heavy lifting. I'm gonna do it anyway. Sending you so much support on that, Ruby. So good to see you today. All right. And speaking of heavy lifting, I did create just an update for those who are subscribers. I created a few new Slack channels as were requested. We have a meditation channel now. Um, we also have um, Skillshare. So if there's something that you do that you'd like to offer to the collective or something that you're looking or need as well, you can put it there to see how we can help one another. All right. Hi there, Marie and Nikki. I also barely dream, but when I do, it's so vivid. Ugh, I'm jealous of that. Cap is OCD. That explains things. Not all caps are OCD. Nope, we're not going to say that. We're not going to say that here. But if you have a lot of cap placements, much like Virgo placements, you like things a certain way. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like Cap, Virgo, and Cancers are the just don't touch my stuff of the zodiac. Thank you, New, for getting on the list. And if anyone else wants to get on the list today, we've got 4 spots left for today, 4 spots left before the list will be closed if you'd like to secure one of those spots. And we're about to get started on personal readings. Lisa, the list is open, dear, if you'd like to get on it. And hi there, Leah. How are you doing today on the place where we keep the videos? Grand Rising, Andrea. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages as well. All right, Nikki, my North Node. Hi there, Per. Wonderful. Thank you about thank you. And if you guys have any other channels that you'd like me to add, let me know. I'm going to try to organize them next. I know that they're a little bit all over the place. And Lisa, thank you for getting on the list. We've got 3 spots left for today, 3 spots left, and then the list will be closed if you'd like to secure one of those spots. My North Node is in Libra and South Node in Aries. What does that mean? It means that you're like, I'm just trying to keep the peace. But then you've got the Aries, like you got the Aries in your South Node going, but you know what also works? If I could make a suggestion, you know what might help get that peace really piecing? Like, what can really get that peace really piecing, you know? Double Gemini, Aquarius rising, and Stellium Gem and Cap. Wow, that's a lot of Gemini energy. Whew. I like it. You're like, not only is there another way to crack a nut, but I've invented 17 other new ways to crack nuts. Let's get that piece piecing. you know? All right, we're gonna get started. First person we're reading for today is Ruby. Ruby, if you could let me know if you'd like a general reading. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, we have 3 spots left for today. So if you'd like to secure one of those spots, go ahead and send the donation, and you will have one of the final spots left today. Once we get through the personal readings, I will be doing 1 card readings for subscribers. Pardon me. And also, friends, we are at 33.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So keep on tapping the screen. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this app to push this reading out to those who might need to receive it. So thank you so much for also helping to share these messages. I got you, Ruby. My South Node is Gemini or Sag. I don't remember. Very different. All right. Let me just get the cards out. Thank you. Can I please have 5 cards? 5 cards for Ruby. Highest party messages from Spirit, please. So Everything I'm seeing right now, Ruby, in relationality to everything I'm seeing around something right now in relationality to May, and I can't stress this enough. You have to be energetically consistent this month. I got right dead center, like, and you're so much in alignment with the readings that we've been having right now. We've got here our temperance card, and it keeps on saying to me the perseverance is going to pay off. I keep on seeing, I want you, like, they're saying, I keep on hearing, giving yourself a quota is what I keep on seeing. You have a job right now. That's your manifestation. Like, this is your job. And the reason I'm saying this is because I see some energy trying to encroach upon your time, you know? Don't let anyone take liberties on your time right now. And if someone tries to come towards you and say, well, you don't have it, you don't, like, I just thought you have, you don't. You are, I keep on hearing, you are energetically employed with working towards your future right now. This is not a space that, it's not about, and I keep on hearing this, don't let anyone encroach upon that energy by making the assumption that you're energetically available, because they're saying that whatever you're doing right now, it should feel like you're working. It should feel like it is where all of your concentration goes. It should feel like I keep on hearing, the ability to move towards the manifestation right now should feel the exact same as having an energetic 9 to 5, like 9 to 5. It's just, it's something that you pour, like, you have to, you're pouring, I keep on hearing, you're pouring yourself into it. And the reason I'm saying this right now is because I just keep on seeing um, energy that is for you will appreciate that. Energy that's for you will say, what do you need to be able to facilitate that better? But the thing I want to be conscientious about is, because I see at least two energies around you that feel, like, it feels like they're trying to get you in a space of trying to help them with something, or trying to do something for them, because they kind of see you, and like, it's almost like them trying to, like, don't let anyone, I keep on hearing, don't let anyone make assumptions on who you are and what you need. um, Make sure that you clarify to them in relationality to what it is that you're trying to do and what it takes to energetically get there. I keep on hearing the same message as well, which is like, I keep on seeing a lot of work in focusing and navigating upon um, the pathwork of persona. I just see a situation or circumstance where you're really focusing and harnessing and recognizing what it is that you're working on changing. And there's something about that stabilization point that feels like it's allowing for a breakthrough. Because every time you do something, I keep on hearing, every time you do something, you get a little bit more confident in it. It's like, I feel like I keep on getting this sense, like, I keep on hearing, like, getting sea legs to a certain extent, right? Finding something that you're starting to do in a way. Like, I keep on hearing, like, imagining, like, this last month was training wheels. They're saying that this month is more like sea legs, which is training wheel energy, is like a lot of that chariot energy. It's hard to do something, it's hard to move in a certain direction, it's hard to, like, pull in that direction. But everything I'm recognizing here is building into some pathwork of picking up steam and getting momentum. So I keep on hearing, make sure that you're scheduling out your day. Make sure that you're not losing any time, because everything I keep on seeing right now, there's something there's something coming towards you, and it's coming towards you in the space of time management. It's coming towards you in the space of adaptability. It's coming towards you in, I keep on seeing, in recognition to you effectively. I keep on saying showing up for something, but also checking on something. And I keep on hearing, make sure you're double checking on things. Like I keep on hearing, I just want to make sure that you receive this. I just didn't hear back from you, so I just wanted to check up on this. Because there's something about double checking here that's going to be like it's going to pay off in a big way. Bottom of the deck on this reading, where did the deck go? Oh, there it is. It's interesting. There's actually something in this reading about misplacing something or finding something that you energetically misplaced, is what I keep on seeing. Getting an extra copy of something is what I'm getting. I'm not sure why they're saying having something in duplicate just in case. And I keep on hearing the same thing about I'm not, I keep on hearing, remember, I'm not inclined, I'm not available. I keep on hearing, I'm not available for this conversation. There's something about having conversation through the proper channels, is everything I keep on hearing. Because, and I want to point this out. If someone misunderstood or misremembers a conversation that you have with them, it's okay. I keep on hearing it's okay not to document those conversations to make sure that you're on the same page. And they're saying, like, I just keep on hearing this. If someone has a tendency of mishearing what you say or misunderstanding what you say, then you're doing them a service in writing it out for them to make sure that you're on the same page. Um, so I feel like there's something about that, some kind of change in how you're interacting with someone or something that you're doing here that is um, like it's solving a situation, or it's solving a miscommunication by saying this is better because it's resolving any of the miscommunication errors that we've been experiencing. So I keep on hearing there's something really important. Like I keep on hearing, like, let your fingers do the talking. Don't let your mouth do the talking. Let your fingers do the talking. Because I keep on hearing something about you putting something down. Because I keep on hearing when you do the talking, it can go in one ear and out the other. But when your fingers do the talking, there can be no confusion. So make sure that you're like doing like, and they're saying that that's happening across everything for you for the month of May. I just keep on seeing, um, keep your fingers active and work towards something, because I feel like this is the month that something is energetically landing for you in a big way. But that's why I want you to stay very consistent in that vibration. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ruby. And if this message connected to you as well, and that's the thing, don't let someone distract you with their crisis, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ruby. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are two things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, we've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. So if you'd like to secure one of those spots, go ahead and do so. All you have to do is send the donation and you'll be added to the list. Also, if you have information that you feel is relevant to our reading, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life reading that you would like more information on, you can send that information in the comments when you send the donation. Or if you are a subscriber to our On the Clock app or across the other channels, your subscription includes access to our subscriber only Discord channel, and you can post it there in the designated channels for those readings. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Welcome to everybody joining us. Hi there, Andrea. I would be absolutely happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do, dear, is send over the donation via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. And sending you so much support on that anniversary. And for anybody who's joining us across the other channels as well, you can also get on the list via the same pathwork. So just going over to my tree that has Binks in it. It was a lot of major arcana. You noticed that too, Bookcase, didn't you? All right. And thank you for getting on the list. You will be read for after Lisa. We've got 2 more spots today. If anyone else would like to claim one of those spots before the list will be closed. Opposite of peace. Exactly, Nikki. All right. I use the Horos app. Oh, Nikki, interesting. I would suggest, I was going to say put it in our Discord, but you have to be a subscriber to be on our Discord. I'll check that one out. Thank you for letting us know about it. We have a place on the Discord where we suggest different apps to use for things. Thank you for tapping, Fig. And friends, we are at 30. Thank you, encouraging others to tap too. We're at 37K. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So keep on tapping that screen. Also, when you tap this screen, it pushes this reading out to those who might also need these messages. So thank you so much for that as well. Thank you for helping me reach my crown goal, Nikki. I just noticed your shirt says Strange Magic. I love it, Sin. There is this, these are actually made by a local artist, and they're all amazing. They're the same person that made the Hocus Pocus shirt I wear. I'll put their information in. They've got the coolest shirts. Thank you. I swear someone had almost this exact same spread yesterday with some flipped. Oh, now I'm intrigued. Who was it? That was interesting because I need to point out everything was reversed except for temperance, which is saying, again, don't let someone test your patience. Continue to be patient, but don't let your patience get tested. That's wholesome because I consider what I do as a job. Exactly. It is a job. Like, that's what I keep on seeing. Like, this is you. And I keep on hearing, don't let someone else challenge that. I've been scheduling my time and it really does help. Yep. Again, thank you for confirmation that you've been doing that. Continue to do that because they said that it's going to pay off in big ways. I'd be curious, when's your Saturn return, Ruby? I'd be very curious to find that out. Because I feel like there is something happening for you right now. I mean, it's happening for all of us with Saturn moving, but for you especially. I've been worried about that with the Mother's Day. Yeah, I understand. And that's what I see, no room for error. You can heal someone else's margin for error by being clear. Hi there, Nikki. I want guidance to do my angels and guides. What guidance my angels and guides have for me and how to help my partner with past trauma. Bridget, where'd you send the donation, love? Just give me the initial and I'll confirm you're on the list here. I'll read the list for those who are joining us to make sure everybody's on it. The list I have right now is Nikki, Eileen, Addison, Isabel, Adam, New, Lisa, and Per. So just let me know where you sent it and I'll make sure you're on the list. Thank you, dear. I'll confirm right now before we get to continue. I feel like this like Pluto retrograde is like Empire Strikes Back energy. Does anyone else feel like that? I really do. All right. Ooh, just bear with me a moment. All right, we need to shuffle the list. We need to shuffle the list. Bear with me a minute. Hold on. We're shuffling and we're shuffling. All right, so we just did Ruby. And then we've got Nikki. And then we've got, hold on a minute. And then we've got Eileen. And then we have Bridget. And then we have, hold on. And then we have Adam. Wait, I've got them at 6. Hold on a minute. No, wait. Adam's at 6. Then we've got then we've got Addison. And then we've got Isabel. And then we've got New. And then we've got Lisa. And then we've got Per. All right, so we've got one more spot on the list for today. One more spot before the list will be closed. So if anyone wants to secure that spot, please let me know. Please go ahead and send that donation, and I'll be happy to, you'll take that spot, and then the list will be closed for today. All right, thank you, Bridget. Susie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. It was Temperance. Yeah, no, it was Temperance, the Emperor, Hangman, and the Strength card. Yep, you've got it. And there was also, she had the Emperor in its reversal. And she also had the Knight of Wands in its reversal. So it's really saying like, just, it's like, hang in there, remove anything extraneous, and don't let anyone try your patience and distract you from what you're energetically doing right now. Thank you for confirmation, Bookcase. I love your name, by the way, now, Addison. Goddess Complex, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Susie. Thank you for the compliment on my eye makeup. Hi there, Luna. I'll be here for the tea. Excellent, Nikki. You're welcome, Bridget. Ruby, I feel like he's going to make, well, and that's why I keep on hearing, just prepare for it now, right? Let your fingers do the talking to avoid any miscommunication, and sending you so much support on that journey. Hi there, Goddess. Denise, you're sending to get on the list. Excellent. Looking forward to it. So good to see you today. Oh, well, and again, I keep on hearing, like, don't just, like prepare for energies, like distraction. And Denise, thank you for getting on the list, dear. And the list is now closed. But if you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for tomorrow. And also, we are at 38.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. And also, we are going to be doing 1 cards once we reach a completion of today's list. So if you're a subscriber and would like a card pulled, stick around or become a subscriber. And you can also get a 1 card reading today. Excellent. Bookcase. All right, we are reading right now for Nikki. And just going back to Nikki's reading. Okay, can I get 4? Oh, there's the first one. All right, can I get, thank you. Do you see how fast the 8 of Swords flew out, Nikki? Ugh. I keep on hearing someone who I keep on feeling that there's some kind of energy around someone who works really, and this is not something that you found in them, but they work really, 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 really hard not to feel like they are an energetic burden to those around them. And the thing is, and this is often what, and here's the thing. Gosh, I know this too. Um, you know, that self-sufficiency is a trauma response, right? That hyper independence, that I can do it myself. No, 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 I got it kind of thing. What's really hard is it's a trauma response, right? Because I just see a circumstance or situation where, and it feels, and here's the thing about it, that feels like it's more difficult, which is, it feels like there was someone very connected to someone when they were younger that was not like that. They were worried about someone, like it's giving me someone who had to have too much responsibility um too early on. And the thing about this is, you know and I keep on seeing someone, and this is a hard thing when we have these kind of wounds like this, you know and it's sometimes those moments, it can be a little shocking and debilitating, where you're like, oh, I learned how to do that at an early age, and you look at someone and say, well, why did you have to, you know like there's some kind of energy around something here, and this is the thing about it, like this is how you have to heal these moments, which is saying you shouldn't, like, you don't need, like, I know you can do it yourself, but I love you and I want to express to you that you don't need to do it yourself anymore, right? um and that's hard, right? Because the security, and this is what's this is like this work in building into the self-reliance, in recognizing that when one is self-reliant to the extent that you can do everything yourself, it's a form of protection, right? It's because what it really says is, I can do it myself, comma, I don't need anyone. And so, you know the conversation when you're working with someone that's got a wound like that is saying, I know you can do it yourself, I'm here so you don't have to. And that the burden of love is the joy in being able to share the work, and also helping another person recognize that you that they can rely on you. I want you to think about it like that. I want you to say, I think we need some reliance exercises. Right? Like, you have to say it someone. Like, look at it as a reliance exercise. Look at it like a trust fall. You know what I mean? Which is saying, you know, give me something to do, not because you need the help. Give me something to do so I can show you what it feels like to have someone there to do it for you. I'm going to say that again. Give me something to do, not because you need someone to do it for you, but so I can show you how good it feels to have someone there that can do it for you. Because there's something about, I keep on hearing, there's an intimacy wound behind the hyper independence. And that ability of being able to accept care from another, it's it's awful. I mean, like, I know it's awful. It feels awful, but it's awful because it's an intimacy wound. And intimacy wounds are the absolute worst things to heal because it's so icky. It makes you feel so sick. But you understand that you developed that sickness because you trained yourself, right? When you have an intimacy wound, you have that ickiness when someone helps you because you trained yourself to hate it so that you wouldn't cry for missing it. I'm going to say that again. The reason it feels so icky when you're trying to heal an intimacy wound is because very, very early on, you trained yourself to hate it so that you wouldn't cry for missing it. Bottom of the deck, it requires patience, right? Baby steps. Every moment. And again, I can see like and it's having to work through that space of saying to someone, look, I'm not doing like we do this work. I know it's not it the ability to ask for help is not about the fact that you can't do it, but it's to build the trust and understanding and learning that there's someone there that will not let you down. And that ability, like that is the gift of asking for help. That is the gift for building into support. And again, that isn't a space where it's not I keep on hearing it's not a test, right? It almost feels like someone who's had to go through those experiences where someone else was putting them through tests, right? So like that ability of assuring someone and saying like, you know, I'm the things I say to you, I'm saying because I care about you. This is not a test. I feel like you have to say that to someone because I see it feels like there's someone that in some way, shape, or form, every time they like ask for something, I keep on hearing like the evil genie effect, which is like often like those moments where it's like, be careful what you wish for. It's just like you ask someone for something and they do something in such a way that you almost regret ever asking them in the first place. So that's what I see, what I even see even now, which is saying to someone like, look, you don't have to give me big thing like you don't have to give we don't have to do like let's start small. Trust is something that is earned. So that ability, like the art of asking for something is, it doesn't make you needy, right? It's working in the space that asking doesn't mean that it's needy. It's learning to trust that when you ask for something, someone's there that can do it, right? It's not the love that's a strength exercise. It's learning the art of vulnerability that moves us into the context of finding our strength again because it shows us that we can be strong and vulnerable at the same time in our ability to receive care from our counterpart. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. You also had a lot of major arcana. Thank you so much for having this reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, I'll be here. Thank you for being here to receive it. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can do on my website. Also, if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you can do so, and you'll be the first person on the list tomorrow with additional cards. The next person on the list for today is Eileen. Eileen, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like. If you let me know if you're here, or if you had like a general reading, or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, friends, we are at 40K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Addison. Good to see you. And thank you for sharing the live again, Goddess. Okay. Oops. Hold on a moment. Lost my spot. Hi there, Luna. Welcome. Thank you, Bridget. You're welcome. And thank you as well for getting on the list, Denise. Oh, I feel like I know. I feel like he's trying to carry all I feel like they're trying to carry all their stuff, and then when the trauma pops up, it's out of nowhere. Yep. Thank you for confirming, Nikki. And there's a big difficulty with trusting me because of past experiences. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing this. Um, Thank you as well for supporting each other in the comments. It's so hard for me to understand because I've never given a reason not to trust. No, this is like I see something here. Like it's not you. They're working through their history. I feel this as well. Unfortunately, resonates a lot. Trying to solve everything myself. Thank you as well for being here, Per, and receiving these messages. Oh my goodness, my stomach dropped. That's usually intuition. Thank you. Hey, hey, there she is. I feel like a bit of sense of self-sabotage, which makes me sad. I think that, it's I feel like it's not it's giving me a lot of like there's an intimacy, like it's working in this context of like I keep on seeing that like this is what's so hard when we're healing from vulnerability of the past. It's like, you walk out of it's like you walk out of a burning building and you're like, I gotta go back in there. And you're like, yeah, you gotta go back in there. Like that's the only way to heal it, right? It's like requiring the ability to go right back into the direction of the area that caused you pain, you know? It's so funny because thank you as well. And thank you so much, Nikki, for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on that journey. Thank you for letting me know where you put the question. I've got you, dear. Yes, New, I'll happy to read the list right now. So the list right now is Eileen, Bridget, Addison, Isabel, New, Lisa, Per, and Denise. Oh, sorry, correction. Eileen, Bridget, Addison, Adam, Isabel, New, Lisa, Per, and Denise. All right. Okay, next person on the list for today. Just bear with me a moment. We are now reading for Eileen. I'm just pulling up the question. Okay. All right, we've got the question here. Um, do I have permission to read this out loud, dear, or is this something that you would prefer that I keep? Is this inside tea or outside tea? Am I sharing this with the group, or are we just reading this internally? Okay, thank you. We've already got one card flying out, so we're going to keep that one. I need to step away for a moment, and we'll continue with the readings. But friends, we are already at 41.4K likes. So keep on tapping the screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time, and we'll be able to do that drawing. And I'll be back in just a moment. All right, and we're back. All right. And it looks like we've got permission to read It's Outside Tea. Okay, where are we? All right. Hey, I just recently went on a trip to Vancouver and I absolutely loved it. I wanted to see if you could give me insight on moving there and how I could go about it. We did a reading last year about me getting a tech job, and that was going to be my gateway to move there. Just wanted to know your insight about that. All right, got it. Can I please have two more cards, please? Highest priority messages. So everything I'm getting here around a circumstance or situation is saying to me, it's all about timing and it's all about exploration. I'm actually seeing, like, I'm actually feeling like there's another trip needed in some way, shape, or form. Because I keep on seeing that. I don't know why I'm getting the sense that you didn't get a chance to get like the full lay of the land when you were there. Um, or having some kind of other obligation um, when you were there that didn't allow you to kind of focus your efforts in terms of moving forward in this way. So the first thing I'm seeing is almost like the idea of kind of planning out like another trip to get a better um, like I just keep on seeing to get a better perspective on what that would look like um, in reality. I'm also seeing here there's something about going during the opposite time of the year than you went, is what I'm getting. Like I keep on hearing it, having the full experience of the seasons, um, because I the thing about this is, I mean, it's not for me. I keep on hearing it's not if, it's when. There's a comfortability here. Um, I would almost be curious about your astrocartography because it feels like it's someplace like where you are now. Like I just keep on getting like a head shake. Like it's not ideal. It's like it's not an ideal place for you. Or there was something that was keeping you there and it's no longer keeping you there. Like I feel like you were there for someone, not for yourself. Um, and I keep on hearing this one's for you, right? Like there's something about this journey in being able to go somewhere that you're feeling really inspired or called or drawn to, um, that feels very positive and very productive. Now, I have to stress this. I keep on hearing, I want you looking into um, programs, is what I keep on seeing. Check if there are programs to help you move there. Um, because I'm not sure why, but I keep on hearing someone saying something along the lines of like, "We're looking for people like you. We need someone." Like they're like the idea of bringing in someone from the outside. I just keep on getting the fact that there may be something here that helps you, that is going to help you facilitate doing so. Um, and it could and if you haven't secured that job just yet, there may be something about this moment that feels like a sublime opportunity to not only move but potentially to find work, like to find some kind of position that would be able to help you with, I keep on hearing, being able to find a position of someone that has some kind of like offer to assist in relocation, right? Like they're saying to me that this is something that should be inclusive in the job search, because I just keep on seeing that this is big change energy. This is like that they're not separate journeys. They're one in the same. And I keep on hearing one hand can wash the other in this, because if you find the right opportunity that allows for that ability to assist in relocation, then like the easiness, like the easement point is already there to a certain extent. And I keep on hearing, and the other thing I'd say, and I got to stress this, if you're planning a trip soon, make sure you've got your ducks in the row in relationality to being able to move somewhere else. Because I just keep on seeing that there's something that you find that the only thing that feels like it's giving me a lot of this hurry up and wait. Like something that feels like it's really far off in the future that's much closer than you expect. Like almost finding something that feels like a perfect opportunity. Someone saying like, how soon can you start? So make sure you have all of those things prepared, is what I'm getting, before you travel there. Because I just see, it's like, I feel like there's something about the next time you travel there that, like, someone's like, can you start today? It's almost like one of those, like someone being like, can you start like today? And you being like, well, no, but quickly, right? So make sure the next time you travel there, like imagine, like I keep on hearing, imagine, like be so prepared next time you travel there that if you decided to stay, like if you decided to stay longer, there's nothing that would really stop you from doing so. That's coming through really strongly, is what I'm getting. So make sure that you like, just like I keep on hearing, act like it's imminent. Do everything you would as if you've already got it, is what I keep on hearing. Because there's something about you staying longer or making the decision to extend your stay that you might be potentially grateful about doing so. Bottom of the deck, yeah, it's giving me like I keep on seeing the issue around something might be happening, how fast it happens, like coming together so quickly so that you don't feel like you're scrambling or you're not feeling like you're struggling under the weight. So I want you, like I said, get those ducks in a row. Like literally, I want you moving right now. If you're like set on this, I want you like navigating and being like, it already happened. I already had the job. Like, what do I need? Like, what else do I need to do? Like, I keep on hearing getting your affairs in order, because something, I feel like the thing about it is it's like, it's going to be like a switch. It's going to be like, it's going to feel like a pipe dream, and then it's going to be right in front of you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. Hey Juices, and if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of, oh, the list is closed, the list is closed, the list is closed. But if you'd like to go on the list for tomorrow, the list tomorrow is open. Okay. Um, Also, listen, I'm hearing here, there's something about potentially seeing, like talking to someone who's there, who wants to be where you are, potentially swapping locations. I keep on hearing, like talking to someone about a location swap, particularly so you can kind of look around somewhere, is what I'm getting. Something to keep in mind there as well. Next person I'm reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, the list is closed. But if you get on the list, you'll be the first person on the list tomorrow, and you'll have additional cards in your reading. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or, oh, yes, I can skip you, dear. All right. We are skipping Bridget for the moment, and we are moving to Addison. Addison, bookcase, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And also, friends, we are at 42K likes right now. When we reach 50K, I will be doing a random drawing and gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping the screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it pushes this live out to those who might also need these messages. So thank you so much for doing your part in that as well. Got it. You're sending me a quick private on the Discord. No problem, dear. Just a reminder for anyone on the list, and I have consent to share. Thank you. If anybody would like to has information that's relevant to your reading, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted or information about a past life that you'd like to give me details on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it on our subscriber only Discord channel in the allocated channels. How do I tap the screen? You literally just go like this. You just tap the screen, Star. you just tap the screen. That's all you do. Anywhere. it's non-discriminate where you tap. And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments from Nate Juices as I was giving their reading. All right. I feel like you're in the process of purging this stuff out right now, Nikki, if it helps. But it's hard, right? It's like the trauma. It's easy to get, like, it's never going to fully go away, too. It's not about it going away. It's about shifting it into a place that is productive, because Lord knows I have my own stuff. And that's what I want you to think about. It's not about completely purging it. It's like, how do we move this in a space that it's energetically manageable, right? That's the first step. I've never been to Vancouver. I've been to Montreal. Montreal's dope. Moved to Seattle. I like everybody trying to pull. Everyone's like, go to Scotland, go to Seattle. Everyone's trying to pull everybody to where they are. Yes, there's a plan to go again very soon. Thank you. And Bill, thank you for the follow. Got it. Thank you, Juices. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yeah, absolutely. Be prepared. Everything connected. You're so welcome. I've been feeling all of that. Thank you for confirmation. All right, I've got the message. Bridget, yep, and we're holding Bridget's reading for a moment. I hope that that's resolved. Yep, I just got the message. Okay. I thought I got, there it is. All right. We're reading right now for Bookcase. Hi there. I'm doing great today, dear. Question for today. Can I have highest priority message for my future self in regards to carving my career and community organizing path at this moment in time? Won't be surprised. It seems like a love reading. It's kind of all intersected. Yep. Can I please get, thank you. Thank you for your question. 4 cards, please. I keep on hearing your Chiron placements are going to help tremendously in this. I keep on hearing you've got some kind of exquisite experience in being ostracized. But, exquisite experience in being ostracized is how we find those that are for us. I know, it stinks. I mean, like that's the song that you're humming when you find the energy that's for you, right? It's a lonely road until it's not lonely anymore. And I think that the hardest thing, I feel like there is something that I'm identifying here that it feels, I want to describe this. There's a lot of work that I'm recognizing and identifying as it relates to and I keep on hearing creating a safe space is creating a sanctuary. And the thing about a sanctuary is not a space where anyone can do whatever they want. So I keep on hearing. It's working in. It's identifying and recognizing that a sanctuary is all about respecting the space. And I think that that's what I want you to kind of I feel like a lot of the path work that you're doing right now is helping others understand literally, I feel like, and this is what's interesting. It's funny that you talked about love and this sanction, and they're saying this is the same message across the vector of love for you. And also as it relates to the organizing, which is a sanctuary isn't a place where you do whatever you want and call it safe, is what I keep on hearing. That's a playground. Okay. That's that's a schoolyard. Um, a sanctuary, a sanctuary is a space where we abide by rules. And again, they probably feel like an overcorrection, but the overcorrection is what ensures that nothing goes wrong in the first place. Because, I keep on hearing the difference between a sanctuary and a play yard is a play yard, like someone's going to get hurt. It's not if, it's just when. It's like, a sanctuary, is like that, like it's a sanctuary because there's there's no chance of that happening, right? It's giving a lot of that, like and unfortunately, it's going to kind of make you seem like a bit of, and for those that don't get it, you might feel like a little bit of a stick in the mud. But you're not being a stick in the mud, because if someone doesn't understand the context of that, then they don't understand how quickly something can turn southwards, is what I'm getting, right? Like there's a little bit of this energy here that I see that, works in that way. um and so I feel like a lot of this starts, I keep on seeing, with laying down. And I keep on hearing that these boundaries become standards, right? And I need to point this out, and this is what I'm kind of getting here. The type of, like, I almost see these experiences of you saying to another person, like someone being like, like I see almost like laying out a bunch of ground rules, and someone saying that seems a little extreme, and you just looking at them like seriously and being like, everyone that I just articulated is from a boundary that was crossed. It's something that happened to me. Like I see you almost saying to someone like, every rule I just gave you is is a boundary that was crossed. It's an energetic standard, and it just shows. And if someone says that seems extreme, then it almost like articulates the fact that they don't know what they're talking about, right? Like, because if they're like, let's just wing it, you being like, no, winging it's how the boundary got crossed in the first place, right? Because it's like, I keep on hearing like no pinata energy is what I keep on getting. No pinata energy, which means like when someone says, let's just wing it, like, and when someone's blindfolded and winging something and saying, let's just wing it, that's a surefire recipe for someone getting cracked right in the head. So I'm getting. Um, so I want you to kind of think about it like that. I want you to think about both of those spaces. And I feel like, again, there's something about the experiences that you have, right? I keep on hearing that exquisite experience of being ostracized, but meaning like you had to walk away from the exquisite experience of being ostracized is the Chiron path, because you had to walk away from something that you knew wasn't safe. The exquisite experience of being ostracized is effectively you having the presence of mind to walk away from something that you knew and you recognized was not safe. So that's why I keep on hearing that there's something about that you are like a very much the person, like you would be wonderful in those capacities, because um your ability to, you know I keep on seeing straddle the line between, um like I keep on hearing you understand the nuance that the right rules allow anything to be possible, right? Like the rules don't, I keep on hearing you have a unique understanding that rules don't limit an experience, they expand upon it. Because because it allows the context of more things happening because everything because the rules allow for the right rules allow for anything to be possible because you're preventing the disaster is what I keep on hearing. um, so I feel like there's something about that that is saying to me, like, let those rules also act as a filter for who you energetically let in. Because I keep on hearing your rules will be seen as, um, I keep on hearing your rules will be seen as a killjoy to anyone who shouldn't be there. I'm going to say that again. Your rules will be seen as a deterrent from anyone who should not be there. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, because that feeling of understanding, I keep on hearing, like, energy that gets it. I keep on hearing energy that gets it passes the test. Like, energy that knows that, like, I keep on hearing that, they're not fireworks, you're playing with matches. I keep on hearing, right? Like, not looking for experiences, but trying to create an environment. The rules are only boring for those. I keep on hearing the rules will only seem like a drag for those who are looking for an experience instead, like instead of a future, is what I keep on hearing, right? So, like, instead of, like, it's like they're like, I keep on, like, it's building into the context of being able to build in the context of trust, and trust starts with respect. And that's why I keep on seeing if there's energy that shows aversion to that. I see you kind of being like, well, like, to a certain effect, that kind of tells you everything that you need to know, right? It's like, don't, like, the and I keep on seeing this because I keep on hearing, like, there's a lot of your path work that you avoided disastrous situations by leaving them when you could tell that the wind was blowing wrong, and a bunch of energy being upset at you, and then later them coming to apologize to you and being like, you were right. Like, that's the thing, I feel like there's something about your own gift that has to do with you, you know energy, like, saying, like, oh, you're like, I feel like there's been a lot of your path work with energy being like, oh, you're too up in your head, and then having to come back to you later and being like, you were right all along, which is, like, again, you learning, knowing how to trust your intuition in relationality to, like, what is right versus someone trying to convince you is right, is what I hear. And those are different things, aren't they? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to book a private reading, you can book one on my site. And you can also get on the list for tomorrow. You'll be the first person read for. And you will also have additional cards in your reading if you get on today. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Bridget, I believe, is back, so she'll be the next person we're reading for today. All right. And friends, we are at 45K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, and also when you tap the screen, it encourages the app to push this reading out to those who have not received it before, who might need these messages. So thank you for that as well. Okay, excellent, Bridget. Happy to hear it. Amber, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew, dear. Who hit the poll? What happened? Hold on. Oh, I gotta back up. I think I missed something. All right. Yep, thank you, Star. Yep, you just tap, 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 tap. Apparently, also, if you join my team, that's good too. I'm not sure how you join my team. Do that though. I don't know. Join my team, man. Okay. I don't know what we're playing. I don't know what the team is. Yes. Bookcase. Wow. Yes. Yes. Thank you for confirmation. Bridget, I'm sorry, guys. Someone hit a telephone pole outside your house. Oh my goodness. I hope everybody's okay. That is not something you should hit. On now to Loki. Okay, I'm glad you're okay. I hope they're okay. They were arrested. Okay, well, I guess that means they're okay. Isn't it early? That is very early to get one of those things. Oh, geez, Louise. Oof, any number of things. Okay. Bookcase, Chiron and Gemini in the eighth house. Yep, conjunct Lilith. I'm cute. Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense, right? Like that makes sense with the rules that don't limit things, the rules that allow anything to be possible. Yeah, that would make sense with a Chiron and Gemini in eighth house conjunct Lilith. Yep. Thank you for confirmation, Bookcase. May I ask what can I ask what astrocized means? Ostracized? Did I ostracized? Ostracized. Boo, go away. Can't come here anymore. Like that kind of energy. Like being pushed out of something or being like, or working through someone like, like a lot of that kind of energy. Yeah, to exclude someone. Thank you, Fig. Hold on a minute. Wow, this is so on point. Thank you for the confirmation. You're so welcome, Bookcase. What it's reminding me, you know what it's reminding me of? It's reminding me of that scene from Rick and Morty, you know, when Rick's like, "Go ahead, boo." He's like, "You're all shaking." Do you know that scene? Your boos mean nothing for me. I know what you cheer for. It's giving me a lot of that, Addison. I love that scene. Your boos mean nothing to me. I've seen what you people cheer for. It's like it's a lot of that kind of energy. Thank you, Mandy. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Bridget. I didn't know what that is. Oh, it's a little heart gift or one coin. Thank you for letting me know. Hi there, Ashi. Yes. Oh, it is too early for that. Yep. Yeah, exactly. It's like the shame bell. Thank you, Bridget. Okay. Bridget, you are next here. What are we doing? Are we doing a dream interpretation? One card. Oh, we're Ashi. The one cards are for subscribers, and we're not at one card readings yet. We do them when we get to the conclusion of the personals. Yes, let's go. There's no place for hate here. Tap to claim. All right, and thank you as well, Bridget. My foreigner brain didn't comprehend it first. No worries. It's in the Discord. Okay, cool. Are we okay? We're doing a dream interpretation, and thank you again for that. Thank you for having that reading with me, Addison. All right, and just a reminder, if anyone's on the list and you are a subscriber, if you had information you'd like to share with me for the purposes of the reading, you can post it in the Discord in the allocated spots. If you're not a subscriber, you can include it in the notes when you sent that you sent the donation through. All right, let me just get to it. Are we doing It's a Dream? Yep, I got it. All right. Okay, so we are now doing a dream interpretation for Bridget. Here's the, and do I have consent to read it? Yes, I believe you said yes. Excellent. Okay, here's the dream. At first, I think I'm on a boat, maybe a cruise ship. I'm traveling, and the place I arrive in feels dystopian. In the dream, I hear someone say it's Iceland. Suddenly, I'm in a small, cramped room. There's a 3 bed high L shaped bunk bed stacked against the corner, barely fitting within the space. Someone is lying on one of the beds, and I'm talking to them. They say, "Yeah, this place is beautiful, but," and their voice trails off. I look around and realize there are no walls. The entire structure we're in is suspended, held together by massive stilts or pillars, floor after floor stacked above and below, as if floating in midair. Despite the dystopian feel, the outside is breathtaking. Lush trees, waterfalls, flowers around us. As I walk across the floor, I can feel the space swaying beneath me, like it's barely anchored. I'm telling the individual on the bed about the plans for the day, and they look at me surprised. You're doing all this alone? No one's with you? That question makes me think of my best friend, Pat, who passed last year. She was a force, strong, fearless, and incredibly independent. She traveled alone and often and never hesitated to take on new adventures. After she passed, I found myself saying, WWPMD, what would Pat Morris do? And in this dream, that's exactly what I'm thinking. What would Pat do? What wouldn't she do? She would always say, do the damn thing. So I remind myself of that now. Part two, the dream is more jarring. I'm with my friend and her husband. They're separated in real life. She has a new car, a red SUV, but something's wrong with it. She says, why don't you two drive and follow me home or to the mechanic? He replies, I'll drive with you, and Bridget can follow us. Next thing I know, their car is flipped on its side. I'm still in my own car, trying to process what just happened. I look through the rearview mirror and see him. He's furious, yelling at her. How could you let this happen? What did you do? Then he wraps his arms around her neck and starts her. She's fighting back, and eventually he lets go. That's when I realize he's the one in the driver's seat. She wasn't even driving. I wake up suddenly. It's 6:17 a.m., my grandmother's birthday. Even stranger, throat chakra healing music is playing on YouTube. I didn't set that. I had something else cued to play through the night, but somehow it changed to something entirely different while I was asleep, just like the previous night. All right, can I please get 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit in relationality to these. So the first stream is really interesting because, and I want to talk a bit about the fact that this is why I like doing dream series work with my clients, because we can see the communication that's happening across these dreams. So as you mentioned, this is not the first time that you've had a dream about travel. In fact, I believe this is about maybe the third dream you've had so far revolving around travel. And it's interesting because often when we see travel in the dream space, it can be representative of relationships. Now, it's very important to notate the context of the last 2 dreams that we talked about and the connection to travel. Because we talked in the last dream that we studied for you having to do with 2 different incidents. One being on a plane that looked amazing, but had no pilot, and someone insisting that you get on the plane with them and you agreed to fly with them, not telling you where it was going. And we talked a lot about the fact that that was an unhealed karmic relationship where there was no clear manifestation goal. And then we talked about the second dream, which had to do with the idea of going to Japan, and that, you were very eager to go there, but then someone told you it was going to take 20 hours and you're getting really frustrated about the time amount that it takes. So there was a comparison point about being on a trajectory right now where you have a clear idea of what you're looking for in partnership and relationship. And now, while as you would have stayed in the first plane indefinitely if for any amount of time, if someone just told you where you were going, the juxtaposition of being on a plane going somewhere and feeling frustrated about how much time it takes, right? The changing nature of time in the context of having a clear manifestation goal. Now, this dream is interesting because we see in this dream you have arrived. But what's interesting about it is you've identified the fact that you're in a locationality that you are describing as dystopian. And I will actually just give a little moment here. Iceland is not a dystopian place by any stretch. I've been there. It's actually quite the opposite. But it's interesting for the purposes of the dream space to recognize that in this particular dream, there was a dystopian quality to the locationality that you arrived in, that you noticed and recognized that something was wrong. Now, I need to stress this. This has to do with the anxieties of coming into healthy partnership. Okay? Because here, you're no longer, right? You're no longer in a space where you're traveling. You've reached the destination. But the anxiety and the creepiness you felt was in seeing a bed, right? A 3-layer bed, but no walls. Now, this is articulating, and I think it's interesting because when we talk a lot about relationship frequencies here, we often identify the 3 different layers of relationship: energy that's in separation, energy moving into divine union, and energy deep within divine union. So the bed with 3 layers. However, no walls, right? What happens when we're in healthy partnership? We have to start to heal our intimacy wounds. There's nowhere to hide. The walls come down. So, this is talking through the anxiety that you're still potentially working through. And this is the important thing: you've arrived, right? Working in the space of feeling like you've already arrived. You're already in that space that you find that you'll be in when you come into partnership, which has to do with the conversation of the person saying, "How did you get here by yourself?" Right? They're like even in the dream, the person that was there was like, "How did you arrive here? How did you do all of this work on yourself without a partner to do it with?" And this is the explanation why. Because even now that you've got that anticipation, why did you go to Iceland? You're looking for the energetic connection. You're already in the vibration that you'll be in when you come into partnership. You're just looking for the person. And you're working through the anxiety of what it will feel like to be in the same space that you're in now, but with counterpart, which is the feeling of working to heal the intimacy wounds, but not having any of the walls there, right? Working to have none of those walls, being in the authentic relationship that often feels like it's very exposing because when we're in healthy connection with someone, we can finally heal those intimacy wounds. And it's working through the feeling of not needing to hide becomes our own anxiety point. Now, this brings us into the second reading. And I feel like this one has to do with some of that anxiety that you have in relationality to the intimacy wound, because this is kind of bringing you into the observation of a karmic relationship that you see has soured, and the anxiety that you feel as it relates to the context of building into that type of work with another person. And so we see here that that is a lot of that articulation point as it relates to the friend and their husband who have a new car. Remember, we talk about the fact that automobiles and talk about relationships. So the car is representative of the relationship that they had, needing some help in that relationship. Potentially both, I would not be surprised if this was a situation where they both may have been coming to you for advice in some way because they were asking you to help them as they got a car somewhere. So you were effectively following them. So the articulation of watching, having to be a bystander as that relationship came into a collapse. What happened? The car that flipped over. And then seeing the masculine energy in the relationship, right? Bearing in mind, this is not like immediately projecting onto the feminine energy, saying, "This is your fault This is your fault. This could be indicative of something that you experienced there, wherein again, it takes, you know, a relationship has mutual culpability. The direction of where it goes is ultimately the responsibility of both parties within it. But immediately coming out of the car, the first thing that you saw the masculine do was try to blame the feminine for what went wrong, right? So this could be the observation of the standpoint that you may have saw as that relationship came into disillusion, in someone trying to say that they were faultless, that they had nothing to do with it, that it was all on the person, the energy of the counterpart. Well, meanwhile, the energy of the counterpart not having said anything, right? I think it's very important to notate the fact that even in this dream, you don't even articulate the feminine energy saying, well, she said, actually, I'm going to correct this. She says, she basically articulated the desire for you to follow them, which is almost the indicative point that this is the only thing that she did in the whole dream, was just ask you to come with them, right? Ask you to accompany them. So in a way, it's almost like she was asking you there to protect her, because in that moment, you observing that, right? This could be her coming towards you, almost asking you if she did anything wrong, if there was something there that she could have done differently, right? Being able to just ask you to ascertain, not trying to blame, but almost looking to you to say, like, did I do something wrong? Is there something that I could have done differently? But instead, all you identified was potentially the violence in a situation where not only was someone responsible, right? There was a party that was potentially responsible for causing some of the issues in the relationship, but then the responsible party attacking the energy of the feminine, right? The violence that was incurred upon them, that gives further articulation about potentially the fears that you have as it relates to coming into partnership with masculine energy, in the space of not being able to ascertain and take mutual accountability or be able to reach healthy resolution, not being able to come into a space of healthy separation, but more the separation that feels like something that is like the love that's turned to violence as it relates to wanting to attack or snuff out the energy of the counterpart. So, this is talking a lot about your potential fears as it relates to the safety of building into an energetic relationship, having seen what occurred in one that's surrounding you. Bottom of the deck on this reading right now, especially with the Five of Swords in its reversal. That sense or that space of working, like, this is how, and we've talked about this, this is often how we sometimes build. We can also get karma. We can build up karma on ourselves simply by witnessing trauma, right? The trauma, like, trauma does not require one to be in a circumstance or situation to be traumatized. This is why we often talk about the fact that, like, trauma has like a halo effect. It's not just the energy that's actively engaged in something, but everyone around us often experiences the trauma that we're experiencing because they have to carry it too. So it almost says to me that that second relationship is working through, like, traumatized you, recognizing, witnessing that, right? Because I keep on hearing, they're never, it never, when you see something, it never feels like you're an innocent bystander, because if you're in a place of empathy, you're always asking yourself, is there something that I could have done? Is there something that I should have been doing? Is there something that I could have done differently? So in a way, there's something about that second dream that's helping you recognize the situation that you felt like you were in, that made you feel like you took on some of that trauma, as it relates to looking at a situation and wishing that you could do something, right? Potentially feeling like there was maybe something more you could have done, but also feeling unable to avoid or to stop something from occurring. That is our thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing, and I need to point out something else here too, Bridget, and this in relationality to the connection to the grandmother energy. I would be very conscientious about the type of relationship that you may have saw that energy was in, because I'm not sure. I feel like there is a connection point as it relates to, because I believe, I want to remember, if I'm remembering correctly, was this the same grandmother that appeared in the dream with the graduation dream? Because I'm almost curious to see if like there's a grandmother that's doing some kind of work and helping you heal some relationship karma right now as it relates to helping you identify and recognize like what you're changing within the self. So that's just something I wanted to point out there as well. Thank you. It was the same grandma, because remember in that dream, you said that the energy of the grandmother said congratulations, right? They were giving you congratulations because the ex was graduating. But the really we talked about the fact that that graduation point was you having healed some kind of karma, in the sense of kind of working through an energetic lesson with another person. So they're saying to a certain extent, it's interesting because we keep on seeing the connection point to the grandma. They might be working with you on the, I feel like there's an identification point of the fact that that energy is potentially working with you in spirit to help you release some karma or to release some guilt upon situations, so that you can move into these new energetic cycles, like like energetically resolved or restored by what you've been able to take from them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you can get on and you'll be the first person read tomorrow, and you'll also have additional cards. Um, we are also doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. We're already at 47.1. Keep on tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time, and we'll do that giveaway. Also, when you tap the screen, it pushes this out to those who might need these messages as well. So thank you. The next person on the list for today is Adam. Adam, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, the list is closed, as I mentioned, but we will be doing one card readings for subscribers once we reach a conclusion of today's personal readings. So if you'd like to become a subscriber and have a card pulled, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And second call right now for Adam. If Adam is not here, the next person on the list for today is Isabel. All right. And thank you, Ashi, for the follow. Thank you as well. I love you guys pulling out the popcorn when we do the dream interpretations. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. She is always with you. It's interesting too, like the fact that you think about that person, because I feel like there's something about that energy that was giving you strength to kind of move forward in that direction. Um, and I keep on seeing, like, I see a lot of strong feminine energy around you. And it's interesting because they're saying to me, to a certain extent, they're helping you move into partnership by empowering you. I would also be I feel like the energy right now connected to that individual and the grandma are very similar in some way, shape, or form as well. Like, it's giving me very self sufficient energy. You're so welcome, Bridget. So interesting. Yep, very much travel lately. Yes. Wow. Oh, at least I have no walls. Exactly. Interpretation of the bed is fascinating. Thank you, Per. Hi there, Jack. Yes, I've never seen or been exposed to a healthy relationship, and I have some anxiety, right? Yeah, the relationship with no walls. I've been being able to recognize it when it comes in. Exactly. Very true. My friend and her husband never had any type of issues in front of me. I've definitely been in a relationship like that though. And again, there's something about this here. Like, I would be curious. It feels like to me you've got some kind of residual karma, like I never knew, if I'd only known, right? Like, there's a little bit of that energy here, that something about the dream space is articulating about the anxiety of potentially being like everything seemed fine until it wasn't, like everything was great until it was awful kind of energy, right? The idea of the car that just flips and being like, what happened? Same grandma, thank you for confirmation. I'm here to help you make a decision, is what she said. Yep, absolutely. Thank you for reminding me. It's difficult to recognize a healthy relationship if you never had a good example. Tap to claim growing up. Thank you. That makes so much sense. You're so welcome, Bridget. And thank you again for sharing that reading, both with myself to read for and also for the collective. It's all right. I'm sure they'll come back, Haley. I feel bad. I know. It's okay, Isabel. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. Bridget, I always said she was my big sister, my soul sister. That's beautiful. Well, I love the fact that there's still a lot of connections. It feels like these energies are still coming towards you in the dream space. Alexandra, just popping in for a bit. I got to catch a collective later. Oh, it's a birthday today. Oh, wishing you a happy, happy birthday, Alexandra. And I hope the new job's going well. Isabel, don't feel bad. He would stay in the room if he wanted it right now. Everybody, listen, everybody's got lives to live. I don't judge if someone has to leave the room. Okay. Definitely felt lost since she passed, working through it. Sending you so much support on that journey, Bridget. Thank you as well. Yes, absolutely. I've had so many exes that flipped on a dime. Ugh. And that's the car flip, right? Right? That one everything's fine until it's not. Isabel, got you, dear. What's on Will's mind after Sunday night? How is he now? And what is he thinking now with me? Okay. Can I please have 3 cards for Isabel? 3 cards for Isabel. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. I keep on hearing someone say, I blew it. Did they faux pas? Did they say something? This is giving me like, it's it's not the same thing. I keep on hearing somebody say like, this is, hold on. You know, I keep on seeing, I gotta stress this, like honoring your feelings isn't just doing everything that you feel. Like this is literally very much in connection. This is very much in connection to the daily collective. So if if you miss the daily collective, you might want to go pop over to the place where we keep like the videos or photos and catch it. Because we honoring the feelings does not mean just saying how you feel all the time. That's not what honoring the feelings is. Because feelings change, right? It's recognizing what feels um like recognizing what feels productive versus what you project out onto another. And I got to tell you here, I don't know why I'm getting this. Something related to jealousy is popping up, right? And this is why we work on our feelings because when we have a lot of them and we don't talk about what another person means to us, it comes across as profoundly controlling, you know? Um, it's like and here's the thing, when we are in a healthy vibration, we don't give demands, right? We don't, I keep on getting possessiveness is romantic as a theory, but it's not energetically actual as like a state of being, is what I keep on hearing. You know? Like it's a lot of that, like I just keep on seeing this here. And I gotta say, like you're a powerhouse, you know? Like I see someone who recognizes, and I feel like this is like kind of what kind of came to the surface. there's something about navigating another person's insecurity in relationality to the attention that you attract because of because you've got a really strong power of presence. But you can't help that. That's what I'm getting here. Like if this is a situation where someone is reacting because you draw attention to yourself, like you can't, that's not your fault. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's what like is it one of these situations? Like is it one of these? Like you gotta like, you gotta like carry, like you gotta like wear, like what is this? You know what I mean? Like you can't, it's not your responsibility, right? Like, and this is the thing about it. It feels like at the bottom of this, whatever this is, someone was projecting their insecurity on you. And that's why I see someone who's like now in a space of being like, I blew it, because it's really hard because now I see someone who has no way to apologize unless they admit how insecure they are, like foot directly in mouth. Because it's like it feels to me like they were accusing you of something that wasn't true because of how they were feeling. And so like the apology, I see someone who's like the only way I can apologize is like trying to talk about the fact that they're insecure, but I see the fact that there's a lot of fragility in working through something here, you know? Um and whatever this is, like, I think it's painful because it does say to me, like, I see someone with a lot of feelings for you, but this is why we work on recognizing that we understand, like, having a lot of feelings, like being able to articulate through them instead of going haywire when we feel them, is entirely fundamental on our ability of taking accountability for having them. Um, I see someone right now working through, it's like it's giving me someone who's working through a bruised ego. But it also feels like impossible because it feels like someone who somehow someone bruised their own ego, which is like what seems so, which like it seems so wild to me. Like it's literally a situation of someone who hurt their own feelings is what I see. And the thing is, and I feel like this is why it feels like some kind of catch 22 situation that another person has placed themselves in, because I can see them kind of saying, like, the only way I can come back to that person is by taking accountability for the fact that I was acting like a complete nut job. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I can see someone that's like, the only thing that I can do. And so I got to stress to you, I mean, like, and I got to tell you right now, I see someone like it's crunch time because like I see a situation here that they've got two different options, which is like they can do the honorable thing, which is taking accountability for something that they know they have to correct. But I feel like they have a tendency of playing the waiting game, right? Like I see someone here that's really thinking about whether they should do something or whether they should ride it out. And I'm telling you right now, if they try to ride this out, this is not something that time heals. This is not a lot of this energy. If this energy, if this energy does not come back towards you taking accountability for their portion in something, this is not something like if they try to use time here, time is not a chalkboard erase moment. It's a bookmark. And whatever this is, there's no getting used to it. There's this is about healthy standards. This is about how you communicate. This is about saying to someone like that, you like, I keep on saying there was a million different ways to navigate this beyond the one that they chose. And I can see the fact that they had a lot of emotionality and they were feeling very volatile, but again, their volatility is not your responsibility. We have to be able to navigate big feelings in ways that don't feel like they push the people we care about away from us in the process. So, like, I even if this is the type of energy of someone saying, like, I care about you, being like, yeah, that's fine, you care about me, but there are a million different ways to express it beyond the one that you did. So if this energy tries to come back and act like nothing happened, absolutely not. You immediately remind them, say, this is not something that we sweep under the rug because it won't happen again. When someone says, I assure you it won't happen again, without articulating anything about what happened, without saying, this is what I'm doing to correct it, that is going to guarantee that it will happen again. Bottom of the deck, right? Because if someone says, right, if someone says, right, I have no control over myself, then they can't predicate that it won't happen again, right? If this is the energy, when someone says, I have no control, that is usually the indication that they need to get help with something. So I keep on hearing, remember, an apology is a plan, and a plan is accountability for what one did and talking towards what one is going to do in the future to prevent it from happening again. So if you're doing that work, if you're taking your own accountability, that's what they owe you in kind. But don't let this be a situation. Don't let this be a moment of someone trying to sweep it under the rug and saying, let's just forget about it. Because let's just forget about it means rest assured it will happen again. It's not like your standards. When someone says, let's just forget about it, what they're really saying is, let's just forget about your standards. Okay? Let's just forget about it means no, we're not going to forget about it, because sweeping it like, let's just forget about it means let's just forget about your standards. Okay? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Isabel. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have additional cards in your reading if you get on the list for today. Um, we also got to our 50K milestone. Thank you guys so much. I will be gifting a reading back to the collective today. We have um, four more readings today before we move into one card readings for subscribers. So if you're a subscriber, just stick around and I will be drawing cards for you. If you'd like to become a subscriber, you can hit that subscribe button. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And Nature Queen, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right, it's super layered. Thank you for confirmation. Oh, I see it. It's complicated. I'm getting it. Thank you. That's exactly what I did. I said I can't reach out again, and he knows what he has to do. Thank you for confirming. Yeah, and again, if this energy comes back and goes, "Oh, you're still on it," be like, "Yeah, they're my standards. I'm always going to be on them." Right? It's like I'm always going to be on. Yes, I'm always going to be on my standards. Yes, I'm always on my standards. Right? Your standards, your standards are like, it's not a negotiation. And thank you, Nature Queen, for the follow. It's like 2 a.m. for you. Maybe I mean, per- Kay keeps Kay keeps fairy hours. Kay I know. I talk to her about this too. She's incredible like that. So good to see you today, Kay. All right. Where were we? You're so welcome, Bridget. Hold on, I lost my spot. So he thinks I'm like done then. I mean, I feel like he thinks that this is a shape up or ship out moment, you know? And I keep on seeing, like, I feel like the thing is, like, I see you having to say to someone, like, it doesn't feel to me like I keep on hearing it's not an ultimatum if you're giving everyone if you're giving someone everything they need to be able to fix something with you. I need to point this out. There's a difference between an ultimatum, okay? Like an ultimatum is someone saying, do this or else, right? Do this or there are consequences, versus someone holding an energetic standard saying, listen, this is not This is not up to what I expect. This is not what I tolerate. This is not how I vibe. This is not what I'm not I don't do things like that. You know what I mean? Like don't let someone say that you holding standards is giving them an ultimatum. But I got to stress this, like standards are an ultimatum to a certain extent, because standards are saying like, look, it's not an ultimatum if you hold yourself to the same ultimatum. I need to stress this. The difference between an ultimatum is someone asking for something unreasonable from you that they are not giving you back. Standards are not ultimatums, because if you're giving that to them, that is just you asking for them to match you reciprocally. So I feel like there's something really important about that, between if someone's trying to articulate that you're giving them an ultimatum, be like, it's not an ultimatum. These are the standards that I'm holding. Hi there, Nature Queen. Thank you for finding me, and thank you for those gifts. And thank you, Kirby, for sharing the live. Not really like it's not like a jealousy thing, but yeah, it's about his insecurities. There's some I'm just telling you my read on it. I feel like underneath the insecurity is anxiety in relationality to something about jealousy. That was just what I was seeing there, Isabel. I hope that helps. But again, it's like the jealous it's like the jealousy not directed to a person is what I'm getting. It's like the jealousy about the anxiety around about the energy around you, and you know what I mean? Like drawing their own conclusions instead of trusting you is what I keep on seeing. You know, it's giving me a little bit of this, like, it's giving me a little bit of patronizing energy, which is like, oh, I know what they're you know, it's like you don't know anything. You're projecting on something, you know, like that kind of thing. I see someone trying to decide if they can talk. I mean, like, it feels to me like you've articulated they either talk about it or there's not going to be a, like, you know, like I keep on hearing like loud and clear. Thank you, Helen, for also receiving this message. He's literally having an ego death right now. But and again, I need to point this out. You know, I don't like to call it like I feel like when we call it an ego unaliving, it's understanding like that space of ego, right? Ego will ruin everything for you if you don't have it in check. So if you want to say it like that, then yeah, I guess in a certain extent, like that's kind of what's happening here. Because it's like the ego is destroying something that doesn't need to be destroyed. Bruising one's own ego is truly a choice. I mean, we've all been guilty of it. We've all had those moments, right? We have all hurt our own feelings, right? Thank you as well, Helen. Isabel, I think a tower moment is imminent. I mean, I feel like there's something about what you're experiencing with them now, which is like effectively, again, because I see the fact that you know, like and I keep on hearing you say, like, honestly, you know what's hard about tower moments? Sometimes you have those tower moments being like, you know, it doesn't have to be this way. Like sometimes this is the moment that feels like awful when someone's like, doesn't have to be a tower moment, but if you want to address it like that, then you know it becomes that. Because I see you kind of in the world space of being like, look, there's possibility here, but we just need to change. But when someone sees someone being like, look, there's possibility, but we just need to change, and someone doesn't want to change, they're like, no, tower moment, being like, but it doesn't have to be. It just needs to change. Someone's being like, no, tower moment, you know, like it's like, okay, sure, you know, it's like that. Okay, thank you for subscribing, dear. Good to see you today. Sending you so much support, Isabel. Yes, yes, thank you. 100%. Thank you, Kirby. Okay, I'm doing the right thing. I know I am. I mean, I don't like to I don't like to stress this. Like, I don't like this. He's going to crumble. I know it kind of energy, because I feel like there's a situation here that it's not about, look, if one of you or the other of you come out of this situation and you feel like you have won, you've both failed. I just need to stress this. This is not a tug of war. If there's a situation where you're feeling like you won or they won, nobody wins. right? Recognizing and identifying what you can do to like come into a space of like what feels productive, offering that to them, being able not to feel like you're going to hold it over them in some way, shape, or form, making sure that you're articulating in a way that you say, like, look, this is a fixable moment. We just need to fix this together, right? Giving them that opportunity. It's not about crumbling, it's about them rising to the energetic challenge. I hope that helps, Isabel. Thank you, Kirby. Hardy, how are you doing today, dear? Hope you're doing well. We're not doing one cards yet, Hardy, but if you just wait a few minutes, we'll get to them. And Kirby, thank you for sharing the live. I'm on fairy time. You are okay. All right. Good to see you today, dear. Thank you, Kirby. All right. I've had insomnia since I was born, pretty much. Seeing a sleep doctor soon. Sending you support on that journey, Kay. I'm not gonna lie, and the energy right now for sleep is trash. Not gonna lie, a part of me enjoys it though, because it means I get to hang out here. I agree. I mean, again, I'm always happy to see you're here, but I also want you sleeping. All right, Cappy, thank you for sharing the live, dear. Hi there, Dee. Thank you as well, Isabel. All right, next person on the list is new. If you're new, don't post yet. We're going to do the 50K giveaway, and so we're doing the 50K giveaway. So I am going to think of a number right now between. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 49. First person I see that posts number gets the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in order different than you guys post them. Nope. No. 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 Nope. No. 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 Wait, Ava. Ava. Congratulations. You got it. All right. Wow, that took a minute. All I saw was Kay. All I saw was Kay go, what is happening? And then I see Bridget just being like 333. Like just that was not my intuition. I love it. Thank you guys so much for participating. 36. We'll do that again when we get to 100K. All right. That said, we are going to continue right now. The next person on the list is Adam. Adam, if you're here. If Adam's not here, the next person we're reading for today is new. And thank you guys. Just a reminder, the list is closed. I know I saw so many of you guys, so many people were posting 35s and 37s. I was like losing it. All right. That was great though. Wow, that took a minute. And just a reminder, if you're on the list today and you have information that you would like to share with me that you feel is relevant to the reading, for instance, if you are having a dream interpretation, that if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life that you have information on that you'd like to share with me, you can either post it in the notes where you sent the donation, or you can post it over on in the Discord. You can post it over on the Discord in the allocated channels. Adam, is that your question? Is that going to be your question? I'll read for it if that's your question. All right. And I've got your question as well, New. Okay, we're going to draw cards for Adam on that question. I love Ava. That was not my intuition. I love it. Thank you guys so much for participating. And thank you guys. Keep on tapping the screen, though. We'll do that again when we get to 100K. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages the app to push this reading out to those who might need these messages. All right. Can I get 4 cards? Whoop. Hold on a minute. Are those the cards? Okay. Wow, they came out fast. You see how fast those came out, Adam? Spirit. Oh, man. Okay. All right, let's get through it. Spirit was like, Spirit's like, I'm going to give you 6 cards on this question. Um, Ask a question, get an answer. Okay, so it has a lot to do, I keep on saying it has a lot to do with the cultural implications of the relationality to masculine and feminine energy. So, um, there's a lot of, I'm seeing here that there's a lot of stories that often articulate in trying to build into the context of a relationship wherein the feminine energy is the masculine energy's downfall. And they're saying, and I'm seeing here that there's some kind of articulation point that being able to articulate and describe that as Adam's apple is to try to give indications of the fact that that is the apple that Adam ate that got stuck in his throat. And so as it does that, it's kind of it's the articulation of calling it that to serve a reminder to constantly point out to the feminine energy that even that bump in the throat of the masculine is the fault of the feminine, because if Adam had not eaten the apple, then the apple wouldn't be stuck in Adam's throat. So there's a lot of that articulation here in relationality to the mythology of why that occurred. I'm seeing here that a lot of this, and I keep on hearing like there's something about the cruel, like I keep on hearing there's something about the nomenclature of that that's very cruel, right? There's something very there's something very cruel about the naming of that. And as it relates though in relationality to that work, I'm also seeing that um and I keep on hearing like the way that we're working to heal this. And it's interesting too, because they're saying that there's a lot of work to be done in relationality to the healing of the throat chakra of the masculine, because, the ability to articulate between feelings. I want to describe this here, like that feeling of being choked up, for those who are like in masculine energy, bearing in mind that this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, um, that ability of working through the emotions. I keep on seeing that a lot of the journey of masculine is working through the context of being able to like heal between the solar plexus and the heart chakra, because that ability of feeling something energetically important, and instead of it being reactive, right, instead of it moving into the body but being able to communicate through it, like it says to me, like it's almost like it's working through that channel. And it's actually saying to me that the hurdle that actually happens there, it talks about the fact that there's a hurdle in being able to communicate feelings when you're in masculine energy, because it feels almost like you have to go over a hill, right? It's like the mountain that you have to climb. It's like, why can't you just say it? Right? Like masculine being like, well, it's like there's like a mountain in my throat, is what I'm getting. There's an energetic mountain in my throat that makes it hard to say things, because it just wants to like I just want to show, like I just want to move through it. I want to act it out. instead of being able to put it into words because it feels like it's too energetically vulnerable. So we see even now that there's something about that in relationality to that work that feels like it's coming into reclaiming the Adam's apple, because instead of identifying it as a blockage, right? Instead of seeing it as a punishment, looking at it more like a mountain that one must ascend to be able to conquer the difficulty of the self in order to communicate effectively, to heal the energetic connection between masculine and feminine. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, right? It's funny how we always take something that is hard and try to blame another person for why it's hard, instead of looking at it like something to be overcome, something to be ascended, being able to be like, oh, why I have that? It's your fault. Like literally being like coming into that space of blame about an energetic difficulty point, instead of looking at it as something that becomes a strength. Because when masculine energy finds the ability to communicate through their feelings, are intentional with how they react, they become energetically strong. So it's working through the context that emotion is not a vulnerability. It's not something to say like you have to avoid it because it makes you vulnerable, but rather looking at it as something that's saying it challenges you. It makes you stronger than ever, because if you find the ability to do something that is hard and overcome it and still feel it, then you become stronger than you ever have before. Like I keep on hearing, it's like a lot of that work in navigating through the journey of true stoicism, which says like it's your fault I have feelings, right? Versus saying I have learned how to ascend through my feelings via V, being able to observe them and communicate to them as opposed to react to them, that allows for that like ability of, I keep on hearing reclaiming the throat chakra by being able to find the power of being able to authentically communicate. Thank you so much for that question. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you can do so by sending the donation and you'll be the first person read for tomorrow. The next person on the list for today is New. And New, I believe you already asked your question. If you could just comment so I know that you're still in the room. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you again, Adam, for those gifts during the collective. And thank you for that very intriguing question. I told you we'll answer anything here beyond pregnancy and medical. All right. Thank you as well. And thank you guys so much. Oh my goodness, what was it? Yep. I know. I saw you, Haley. I saw you post 35 and 37. You're really close. Okay. Nice. 36. It's subleasing. Got it. Thank you as well. Thank you for the compliment, Dee, and thank you for the follow. Lots of tea on your apple. I love that purr. Absolutely. And thank you for those gifts, Adam. Adam ate the apple first, so I just made apple crumble and served myself a bowl. I love that, Kay. Now I want apple crumble. Came in at a serious time. Good to see you, little vamp. How are you doing today? Definitely you didn't. And thank you, V. Very interesting. Wow, because I started feeling that blockage when he asked the question. Wow, that's awesome, Cool Beans. Energetic Mountain, tap to claim, Adam. I know this isn't so serious, so I'm going to meditate on this later. Excellent. That's interesting. I love how you can read pretty much anything. Yeah. Thank you. Dang, thank you for this question, Adam. I'm sure this wasn't what you were expecting. I love it. All right, let's continue right now. We're reading for New. Reading for New. New, is it my best interest to rent the apartment arranged a rate by that locationality? All right, can I get 3 cards for New? It's too small, is what I'm getting. Hold on. I started reading for this and I like immediately felt cramped. I was like, eh. Can I get 3 cards for New, please? Thank you. I mean, not if you're gonna get in trouble for it, is what I'm seeing. I mean, there's something I'm just I'm like, I'm like, "Are you allowed to?" Like, there's something here. Um, I feel like there's almost a conversation, like, they're saying to a certain extent, um, I feel like there's some kind of conversation to be had in relationality to proposing. I keep on hearing proposing that there's something else you'd like to do with it, is what I keep seeing. Um, you know, because I'm not sure. I feel like I feel like there's some kind of opportunity here that is occurring in relationality to, I don't know why I keep on hearing helping someone who really needs it is what I'm identifying, you know? There's something, and that's what I keep on hearing. Like, what's interesting about it is I keep on hearing a message like there's an opportunity. Um, I keep on hearing there's an opportunity in relationality to maintaining the space, but in a way that feels like it goes so far beyond simply renting. Like, it almost feels like there's something about it, about using it in a way that, like, leaves it, like, I don't know about, like, hearing, like, leaving it open to someone who needs it, or creating, I don't know why I keep on hearing, like, a resource in some way, you know? Like, it's interesting because I don't know if you're doing some kind of work right now, but I feel like there's something, and I don't know why they're saying that it feels like it's in connection to the work, like proposing to someone something that you want to do with it that is different, like being like, I don't need it for this, but I was thinking about it and I would love to use it for that. You know what I mean? Like, I keep on hearing a separate space for something that you haven't considered before, that allows you to fulfill a need. Um, I don't know why I keep on hearing the word dark room. I don't know where that's coming from, but that's what I keep on hearing in relationality to, like, thinking of it less like being creative in terms of thinking about, like, a resource of some way, having it serve some kind of need for something that, like, and it almost feels like, I don't know if there's someone that you wanna work with, if that makes sense? Like, almost offering it to someone that you wanna work with in some way to bring them closer to you is what I'm seeing, like, there's something here about some kind of work of adaptability in terms of being creative, that's almost saying to me, like, make sure that you're being expansive with it, because, like, I don't know why every time I keep on seeing, like a rental situation, I'm seeing like there's something here, but I feel like I keep on seeing like there's an opportunity here for something. There's an opportunity to offer it, or there's an opportunity to propose others come to it. Like, they keep on saying, like, be energetically expansive. Um, to avoid, I keep on hearing, to avoid some kind of situation like repeating itself, is what I keep on seeing. Um, I want to give you some bottom of the deck like information here because I don't know why I keep on seeing a lot of different people in the space. I see a lot of different people in the space and I see a lot of interesting people in the space. And that's what I keep on finding is kind of unique about something that I'm seeing here. Like it doesn't feel to me like I don't see a situation where you're giving it to someone, but almost like creating something that feels like it creates something that lasts in perpetuity, you know? Um, I want to give you some bottom of the deck information here, so something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, like everything I feel like there is something about this recent experience with what happened around something that feels like it's serving as some kind of like and like it's like it's giving me a little bit of this energy here of like I don't know what this is in the past or something that happened, but not wanting to repeat an experience, right? Like coming through some like coming through some kind of like energy of I keep on identifying and this is why I keep on see I keep on hearing something say I might need it back one day. You know, like that's the thing that I keep on seeing here that is intriguing because I just keep on seeing that there's something about the fact that you might need it back one day. Um, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm trying to think about it. It's like I almost hear like something like a residency, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like looking at something where again you offer something to someone for a brief window of time, but somebody like something that is going to be like something that is going to be created there, something that feels like it's focused about something. Like there's a creative interest here that I keep on picking up on. And that's why I keep on seeing being able to find something that you can do for like a brief window allows for the context of being able to better build your own plans, but also like creating some kind of space in relationality to like the timing, like almost saying like I don't need it now, but this is what I would like to do with it at this date, like almost like working in the context of what feels like you could like identify. But I keep on saying make sure that you're actively communicating as to what you want to do with this. I keep on hearing nothing under the cover of night. Like, none of this, like, don't create this space of saying to someone, well, you don't, like, you didn't say I couldn't do this. Because I keep on seeing if you have some kind of situation where you're saying, like, well, technically you didn't say I couldn't do this, it's not gonna be like, it's not gonna create a positive energy between you and someone else. You know what I mean? Like none of this, I keep on saying, don't do any of this, like, technically it never said I couldn't, so I could kind of energy, if that makes sense. Um, but I feel like there's adaptability here. And that's what I mean. I feel like there's some kind of context here of someone being willing to work with you. So I keep on saying, make sure everything that you do, you're working someone through your energetic process as it relates to like what your own plans are. Thank you so much, New, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. And just bear with me a moment as I read over some of the comments that came through. I don't know if that was the longest one ever. It was close though. We've had long ones before. Okay, hold on a minute. It's subleasing. Okay, thank you for confirming. Because that's the thing about it. Like, I keep on hearing like no wiggly areas here. Thank you for the compliment, D. And thank you. You came in at a serious time. I like that. When is it? I mean, I guess sometimes it's not serious here, a little. Wow, because and thank you as well for confirming on that reading. 808, tap to claim, Adam. I'm living in a hotel and found her ad for a sublease. Thank you for confirming. Oh, should I take this apartment? She offered me she offered me this sublease apartment. Well, and that's what I keep on like this is the thing that I'm seeing here. Like there's something about this like making sure that someone has permission to do this is what I'm seeing. As and I keep on saying like as long as something there's something about this, I would say as long as something is above the board, make sure that you're having a conversation with someone in relationality to something being above the board. Because that was coming through really clearly in this reading. So make sure